All right, welcome back, everyone. So, like the previous video, here we go, adjust that a little bit. So, like the previous video said, that was just a video saying like, hey, I'm working on a video. I need to do research on it. It's a lot more work than I initially thought of. And just be patient. I'm working on it. It's going to come out. So this is the beginning of that video. And it's like there's so much to cover. I'm kind of overwhelmed. I don't really know where to start. I suppose we start with the Matt Walsh videos. And so that's what led me down this is upon reviewing the Matt Walsh videos where he talks ostensibly about like on and on and on about just saying very, very crazy, like remarkably homophobic, queerphobic things, just queerphobic all encompassing for like, because it's not just geared towards gay people, towards homosexuals. It's not just hate geared towards gay men and lesbians. A lot of Matt's content, he will cover the entire queer umbrella of gay people, bi people, lesbians, and trans and non-binary people as well. Now, he has a long, a huge video catalog library of videos where he talks about his anti-gay, queer-phobic rants. I mean, just tons and tons and tons. I cannot play all of them, especially play all of them and play all of them at full length. I mean that would be ridiculous. This is not a Netflix, series. It's if you're looking for content reaction, that's a different type of thing. That's a different type of YouTube channel. This is supposed to be a video essay looking at things like sociology, psychology, systemic issues through critical lens. Video essay, not video reaction. I cannot possibly play like what I'm getting at is the things that I'm grabbing from Matt Walsh, the arguments that he's making against the queer community, comes from a wide variety and plethora of different videos from a very large video catalog. And I cannot possibly show all of them. I will have links to several of his videos in the description, along with many, many other links to many, many other videos, many studies, sociology studies, psychology studies, from all kinds of angles. And eventually you're going to see why the data points that come from the conservative organizations and the conservative people against queer people's right to be able to raise children is incorrect. There's actually one study that just kind of home run. Whoops, I spittled a little. My bad. Don't worry, it's just a camera. It's just a camera. We're not actually making eye contact right now, if you didn't know that, because I'm not staring at you. I'm staring into a camera. That's just me trolling someone back who trolled me a couple videos ago. Anyway, That's something else too. The comment section. There's a lot of trollery going on, and normally, I typically in the past I've not been one to ban comments or anything, but I think I'm gonna have to start doing that, because if you're not gonna engage in good faith and you're just gonna troll and you're gonna make comments that I would expect somebody in elementary school to make, basically what is essentially the equivalent of saying, I'm rubber, you're glue, everything bounces off me and sticks to you, or I know you are, but what am I, sort of equivalent. It's, no, you're not engaging in good faith. You're not actually asking questions. You're just trolling. I've been doing this for years. I know a troll when I see it. So a lot of the times I try to troll back, but at the same time, it's kind of like, why? Isn't that kind of what they want? Like, I don't want to engage in this milkmaid lol cow shit. Like, I'm not into it, man. Like, if you're not going to engage in good faith, I think I'm going to just start with the trolls. I think I'm just going to start removing their comments, blocking them, because it's horse shit, and you're not bringing anything to the table. So what's the point? You can't engage with a troll either. It's pointless. Like I said, the whole I know you were, but what am I? No, we're not doing that anymore. I might start blocking that if you're not here to engage in good faith and actually ask questions with an open mind of the prospect that maybe you're wrong, maybe you don't know, like actually seeking education, possibly deconstruction and all that. I mean, if you're just going to be there to be like, take your psych meds, I'm not interested. Or sit there and act like you don't know that queerphobia does not just mean afraid of. Yes, that's the etymology of the word phobia, but everyone else in society uses homophobia and transphobia to mean hate and bigotry. And everyone else knows this. It's a colloquial. Like, stop it. There's no way that I believe anyone, even a right-wing person, is stupid enough not to know that. You know that. There's no way you're that stupid. No way. So, happy Pride Month, everyone. My husband and I, we're celebrating Pride Month in our own weird, special little way by not really doing much anything. We're not young anymore, so we just kind of stay inside and watch TV because we're exhausted all the time. And I do this for a hobby, and I thought this is a great video for Pride Month. We're talking about protecting the rights of queer people to be able to raise children, which is something queer people have done for quite a long time, even before it was legal, because, you didn't always know. We would hide, and, the lesbian couple that lived upstairs and the gay male couple that lives downstairs, that wasn't two straight couples living together in the same house, and probably turkey basted some things and got some kids going along. It's not a new thing. Queer people have been raising kids for a long time. We fall in love, we pair bond and stuff too. So yeah. So I'm pulling from a lot of different videos. I'm only going to show clips from a few videos of Matt Walsh, so we can see in the grand awe of the massive homophobia that this guy spews, and overall queer phobia, which these videos will not show queer phobia. They'll be more about homophobia. But if you're familiar with Matt Walsh's work, he doesn't just attack gay people. It's not just lesbians. It's not just gay men. It's all of it. The entire queer umbrella. So I think this is really dangerous because there is an active movement right now as I'm recording this video in Florida. The Florida Supreme Court is hearing a case that would ban and sort of overturn some of the rights for queer people to be able to, I believe, adopt kids, or I think it might be an IVF argument. And it's being fought over the supposed personhood of a child. And there is a point there. It's in a philosophy called childism, that children are not our property. However, even though children are not property, children need to be raised by parental figures. And they're using this personhood argument as a way, not because I think they actually believe that. I think it is more about just using that to wedge themselves in to attack queer rights and the right to be able to have a family and raise kids. My husband and I, we decided we were not going to have kids. We both decided if we were going to have kids, we would want to raise them up to have a better life than either of us had. And we both decided we are not able to do that, so we were not going to do it. We were not going to have kids. That was our decision. So, I've also lived quite a party lifestyle, and I don't think a party lifestyle is an environment for a kid. That's just our personal decision. So let's go ahead and take a look at these Matt Walsh clips. However, the Matt Walsh clips originally were going to be the theme that I was going to sort of deconstruct of like why these data points he's using are incorrect and stuff. But as I came to find, because the big question I asked when watching these clips and Matt Walsh bringing up these very, very homophobic, incorrect data points that sound academic, I started wondering, where do these come from? You know, they're cherry-picked. They're from studies that are really, really old that are no longer relevant. They're sometimes just fake. They're very biased. It's very interesting how they say the studies that say that whether a child is raised by queer parents or cis-het parents, or, you know, biological or adopted, is irrelevant to their outcome. The outcome of children predominantly lies within the financial stability, psychological stability, mental stability, the family dynamic stability. These things are more indicative of measuring the outcome of children when they're being raised by anyone, and that it doesn't matter what the studies show. It doesn't matter if children are raised by queer parents, cis-het parents, biological parents, or adopted parents. That is irrelevant to their turnout. The turnout for children that yields the best results tends to be financial stability, having a sense of safety, security, love, nurture, sense of belonging. Looking at Maslow's hierarchy of needs and those kinds of things are more indicative of a child coming out of from a family well-adjusted. And the thing is that their outcome has nothing to do with whether the parents are queer, biological, adopted. It has nothing to do with that. Everything to do with all these other things, which can apply to queer, biological, or non-biological. It's a spectrum, and it can present with any of these groups of people, and that's more the indicator of the outcome of raising children. And the study that really just knocks it out of the park is a study that looks at, and this is the unbelievable thing, is these conservative outlets, they keep saying this study is biased, but the study they're saying is biased is looking at over 34 years of data. 34 years of different households, different parents, different living situations. And that's where they're coming to the conclusion that whether your parents are queer, biological, not biological, cishet, is irrelevant. But let's go ahead and look at those Matt Walsh clips. So hang in. Matt Walsh is very, very hateful towards the queer community. And so we're just going to look at the disgusting, nasty bigot that he is for only a brief moment in time. And then I will try to carve out a little section where I talk about those clips for a second and then segue into where he gets his data points. Because believe it or not, he is a problem in the sense that he has a giant media platform that he spews this stuff, and people who already have biases, prejudices, bigotry, they go to his channel to have their hate reaffirmed, justified, and they use this data. Even though the data is wrong, they will use it to justify and rationalize their hatred, their bigotry, their bias, their prejudice against queer people. In fact, one of the people that he gets data from openly admits to having a bias agenda against queer people. She openly admits it. So let's go ahead. This basically, that was the intro. We're going to move into part one, and we'll just call it Matt Walsh is a bigot.
Part 1. Matt Walsh is a bigot.
Alright, did you catch that? That first video, actually, there was a video that I wanted to show where Matt Walsh was, it was, I'll have a part 2 to that video, but that there was a video, it's taken down. Matt Walsh made a very, very disgusting video, saying a lot of very, very disgusting, horrible things about this gay couple, this man, he, and his husband. I guess the guy is a country music singer, is a country music artist. I don't know. I've never heard of him. I don't listen to country music. Also, this country music guy is also, he is a conservative, so he's not like some leftist like myself, which, you know, I'm off in the category of anti-hierarchy, libertarian socialist. So, you know, the guy isn't even a leftist. He's not like a liberal. He's sort of a neoconservative type country music singer, this gay guy, and probably his partner too, his husband. So they adopted a child and wanted to share that with their fans and the world. And Matt Walsh said a bunch of really horrible, disgusting things. I imagine what happened is that that the guy is a country music singer, and his husband also does something where he's got some kind of fame and notoriety and money as well. What I imagine, I don't know for sure. What I imagine happened is that they probably pressed some kind of legal aspect saying, Matt, you can't have this video on here. It's incitement to violence and causing problems and making some pretty horrible accusations towards the couple. And also, like when you're a parent, you don't want hate coming towards your kids, especially a bunch of strangers on the internet. And the internet, with all the strangers that exist on it, can be a very, very toxic place. Like, people on the internet, like, they have no concept of being polite and civil. People bring out the most horrible side to themselves. So that video is no longer up. Oh, and by the way, on the previous section, what I meant to say, I noticed when I was editing it that I didn't put this in, that, believe it or not, Matt Walsh is not the worst out there. He's not like the head of the snake. He's just the propagandist side of it. The people who are producing the data, the fake academics that he uses to create his propaganda, are the bigger problem, because they're the ones that are producing data that looks academic so that Matt can make his propaganda. Otherwise, he's just making baseless assertions and claims. So, yeah, I wasn't able to show that video. It's been taken down. So we're going to go on to this next video, and I'm going to try to show a clip from it. It's really, really hard to decide what is the most important part of the clip to show. I'm not going to show the whole video. Start getting copyright issues and stuff like that, so I can't show the whole video. So I'm trying to think of what the most important aspect of the clip to take from it is. And I will come back and I will talk about the entire video, because I've seen the entire video, but I'm only going to show a clip of it. Yeah. The link to these Matt Walsh videos too will be in the description. But as usual, because Matt Walsh is such a hate-filled, bigoted person, I do not recommend going and feeding his algorithm any more than it already has. And pretty sure that at the Daily Wire, they have bots and stuff that artificially boost them in the algorithm as well. So I completely advocate for boycotting the channel. How I got around that is I used a different web browser and stuff, and this I'm not entirely sure if this is true, but I've been told that that YouTube does not always track something as a view if you view it on a device that is not a cell phone or a tablet. so I used a different web browser with no login credentials or anything. It was actually really interesting seeing YouTube, like the YouTube feed that hasn't been touched by my preferences and stuff yet, and the things that it recommends and suggests was really interesting. Without my account or anything guiding its algorithm yet. That was interesting. So let's get into this clip and come back and we'll talk about that.
To the homosexual country music guy who purchased a baby, is now using the child for content. And by the way, here's another horrifying video from this guy, McAnally, which again is his real name.
All right, so I don't know what part of that I'm going to use as a clip, but he seems to have a really big issue with what he calls purchasing children, predominantly dealing with IVF. I don't know what he plans to do with foster care, because there's a lot of children that don't have parents. And especially because he is so anti-abortion, what is the answer when you get rid of abortion? There's people having children, they're not able to take care of the children. And you're just creating this no-win situation where it's like they don't have access to an abortion. They have to have the child. Maybe even the parents are no longer around, they're deceased. But yet, at the same time, you don't want people to be able to, what he calls, purchase children, which is just a nifty little linguistic trick. Instead of saying IVF or adoption or something like that, he's resorting to calling it purchasing children, to make it sound like it's dehumanizing. And the fact of the matter is that children need parents to take care of them. We're not born ready to go right out of the womb like some other animals. We don't do that. He seems to have a real big issue with understanding the difference between what a liberal is and what a leftist is. Doesn't seem to understand that a liberal, you do have libertarian leftists, anti-authoritarian leftists is what that means. But, he doesn't seem to understand liberal is a type of conservative, a moderate conservative, and doesn't seem to understand that a leftist directly refers to anti-capitalist. It's very interesting for a political commentator not to know the difference between a liberal and a leftist. That's a liberal, a centrist, neoliberal, neocon, moderate, a democratic socialist, a social democrat, and anarchist or libertarian socialist, and communist or pure socialist. He doesn't like that. That's a weird thing also to me. And he says that these people who did the walk away from the left because the left went too far. and the left hasn't. It's the right that's gone far. The left has always been here advocating for socialist things. That doesn't. We've gotten nowhere near close to it. What's happened is that society has tried to, the democratic side is neoliberals have tried to be more socially progressive, but not as far as economics goes. So it's well, we think anyone can be exploitative, but we're still defending exploitation through the means of capitalism. They just don't think that you should be discriminated. You have things like rainbow capitalism and stuff like that. So he goes on to say that the conservatives were right about everything, which is also really interesting to me. Because no, he's not. It's really funny. He really strays away from referring to the gay couple, that the country star. It almost does seem like there was a lawsuit or something there, but he says the conservatives are right about everything, abortion, and all. Well, trickle-down economics has been proven time and time and time again not to work. It creates mass poverty. Even if you're into capitalism, it's a form of like crony capitalism or cronyism. And I think this is really bizarre that on the traditional conservative side, it's like, why is it always an atheist? Like, it's so common that an atheist, an anti-theist, a nihilist will have to sit there and explain religion to Christians, particularly, because they don't understand their own religion. And it's anti-capitalist, like anarchists, libertarian socialists, and communists that have to explain capitalism and the differences in capitalism, like libertarian capitalism. More appropriately, it should be called propertarianism, and stuff like that to these people. It's like they don't understand the systems that they advocate for themselves. But no, Matt Walsh, like they haven't been right on anything. Like the abortion ban, the outright bans, we're seeing pregnancy deaths, death rates from pregnancies that we haven't seen since like the 1800s. The reason why women have been able to give birth more successfully with a much lower mortality rate than any other time in history is because of scientific progression. And part of that is abortion care. And what's even interesting, if you go back and you look at like commercials and media and newsreels and stuff like that from before abortion was legalized federally, you had a lot of instances of what, might be called as dumpster babies, which I'm told is a derogatory sort of way to put it, but that was something that was happening. And, we're re-envisioning things. They have baby drop boxes now for, that be for a variety of reasons. Woman carries the child to term, and maybe she's not in an environment to be able to take care of a child. And it's like, you can take them, have baby drop boxes at like police departments and fire departments, adoption centers. You also have the issue with getting rid of, abortion. There's not just the ectopic pregnancies, but you also have issues where the fetus is non-viable. So, that was a case that happened in Texas. A woman needed to leave Texas altogether. She had to move out because Texas has a thing there. If you seek out abortion care in another state where it's legal and you come back, you could be arrested. She had a dead fetus inside of her that was going septic and was going to kill her. She literally had to move out of state so she could get the dead fetus inside of her removed before it killed her. After that was done, she's like, I don't even ever want to get pregnant again because of everything that she went through. It was so horrifying, so horrific. She was like, no, I'm not doing this again. Not in the way that our country is heading right now. It's too dangerous for women to get pregnant. There are women not getting pregnant because of the fear that if they have an unviable pregnancy that puts their life at risk, there is no medical care access to be able to do anything about it. And that must be very, very horrifying. Because not everyone has the resources, the money, and the means to be able to go to another state where it's legal and have that done. And you have other states like Texas that even if you go to another state where it's legal, they'll still arrest you when you come back for going out of state and having it done legally somewhere else. So, actually, scientifically speaking, our understanding of biological sex turns out that's not a binary. You have predominantly biological sex, male, female, XY, XX chromosome, and these gametes and such. But then you have intersex people, and everybody, well, the intersex, that's different. But the thing is, if you have male and you have female, and then you have a third category. No, even if that third category, and we don't know how big that category actually is, because there are people who present pretty cis normative as male and gender man, or the female woman version of that, where they could be intersex, but you would never know because you can't see their chromosomes, but looking at their chromosomes, you find out actually they are intersex. So we don't actually know how big that population is. It's bigger than people like Richard Dawkins professes. He's turned into a big transphobe thing, but it's a lot bigger of a population than he professes. Now, the majority biological sex is going to be male, female, XX, XY, chromosomes, gametes, all that sort of stuff. That's pretty standard. But it's like, what about intersex people? Well, that's different. Those are intersex. The issue with that is, in science, you need a definition that fits descriptive reality. If your definition isn't functional with descriptive reality, then it's a definition definitionally. It doesn't work. And so the moment you say, well, but there's this other category, even if it's not a very big population, that still means biological sex is not binary. You have male, you have female, and intersex. That's not binary. That's definitionally non-functional. Then you get into sociology and you start looking at gender expression. That's a whole spectrum. And so, science in many ways, our understanding of the world, descriptive reality, everything, it's bumping up against traditional worldviews and philosophies in such a way that's creating so much friction. It's like they have to invent a fictitious world, because if their traditionalist religious worldview philosophy isn't true, then the whole thing sort of breaks down. You cannot use the traditionalist or religious worldview and philosophy to describe reality, because it doesn't work. It doesn't fit. You will end up being wrong on just about everything. Like, look at evolution, for example. Biblical text says that, well, the earth is only 10,000 years old. Well, that's not what we find in geology. That's not what we find historically. That's not what we find in radiocarbon dating and other forms of dating. That's not what we find when we look at the cosmos. It's not adding up. So then you have creationists that have to come in and try to invent a fictitious world, not because that's real, but because they have to have their worldview and philosophy that they run off of fit, even though continuously as time goes on and we explore more and more about our reality, this traditionalist religious worldview and philosophy is continuously bumping into descriptive reality to where it's just not functional. It doesn't work. It breaks down. So you also have the understanding and the notion of being trans and being gay, that it's not a choice. Essentially, we can almost determine at this point, based on certain biophysiological traits and such, whether or not a fetus is, when they grow up, they hit puberty or whatever, whether they're going to be gay or trans or bi, we're almost at that point. Maybe not quite at that point, but there are certainly individuals that we could do this for. We know that people are gay, bi, and trans while they're in utero. We know that. This is something you are absolutely born with. The mistake that people like him probably tend to make with like gay people is this idea that being gay is purely sexual, and thus negating, the whole concept of love. It's not just lust, it's also love, infatuation, pair bonding, that kind of thing. And I mean, it's just the whole thing of like, as a cis het person, as you get older, as a cis het man, and your sex drive goes away because you're getting older, your hormones are changing, and your sex drive goes away. Does that suddenly mean that you're no longer heterosexual and cis? No, you're still heterosexual and cis, even though you don't have a sex drive. Same thing for gay people. Just because they don't have a sex drive, you can be asexual homoromantic, which means you are a gay person, doesn't have a sex drive. These people exist. Yeah, like my husband and I, we've been together for, 13 years. And we don't really have sex that often anymore. It's just we're getting older, been together for a long time, and it's fine. It doesn't mean we're not gay anymore. We're still very much gay. We're still like, if we do look at people in sort of a wow, they're hot kind of way, we still do it towards men, even if our sex drives are kind of dwindling. My husband's more so than mine, but that's neither here nor there. It doesn't matter. So the another thing though that Matt does bring up in there is that the person behind the camera asked the kids which one of their dads is hornier, and I mean that is inappropriate, but the thing is, it's not. This is not the dads asking the question. It's the person behind the camera, the person recording the video, that's asking that question. And yeah, kids don't know what that is, and that's the way that it should be. But and it shows in the video. They actually, one of the kids asked, "What does that mean?" That's a good sign. That means they don't know what that means. That's not something that's used around the kids. But it really doesn't matter if they're a gay couple or a cis het couple. You shouldn't be talking to your kids that young about sex, or if you do, it's purely from an educational standpoint of like, where do babies come from and stuff like that. You're going to have the talk eventually. I mean, it gets weird and wonk. Like when I was very, very young, I don't think I was even 10 years old yet. Like I don't know, 7, 9, something like that. I walked in on my parents, and when I saw that, I just turned around and closed the door and was like, "Whoa!" I mean, these things happen. Kids walk in on their parents. And then usually that's followed up by a birds and bees conversation. And usually those conversations are uncomfortable for parents to have. You're an adult, you're talking to your kids about like the birds and the bees, and it's pretty awkward and embarrassing for parents to do that. So, more comprehensive sex education really doesn't come along in public schools until around puberty. They eventually get to the point where they're like, okay, you're going to get hair in funny places. You're going to start noticing people. Your voice is going to change. Yada, yada. Start wearing deodorant. Yada, yada, yada. But in high school, they start saying like, okay, you're probably going to have sex. You need to know about safe sex practices. Use a condom, stuff like that. Don't get pregnant when you're a teen. Don't watch out for STIs and so on. But I mean, the kids answered appropriately. They don't know what that means. Why the person behind the camera thought that was a fun thing to ask, I don't know. And I would agree that you probably shouldn't be asking kids a question like that. But that's not a fault or a practice of them being gay. That's irresponsible adults. Cis het people have done that with kids as well. I've seen cis het people talk very, very openly with way too young of children. You have it's predominantly found with toxic masculinity. A guy trying to teach his son about sex and showing like a 9-year-old boy porn mags and teaching his son to, be a womanizer and such like that. That's bad parenting. That's just bad parenting. That has nothing to do with being gay, has nothing to do with being straight, it has nothing to do with being cis or trans. It's just bad parenting. And it doesn't matter who you are, you shouldn't be doing that. So a lot of interesting problems with that video. But then we go into this next video. I'm gonna go in now.
3 men adopting a baby is unnatural, disordered, and unhealthy. That's the whole argument. That's it. That's the entire argument. This is out of Quebec, Canada. And nothing good.
All right, and this one, like, I really wish I could get the other video because he tries to bring up stats and stuff more often in the original video that I was trying to show, but like I said, it's gone. And I would like you to know, I watched other videos of his. He's quite a homophobic, disgusting person. This one, he seems to have a really, really, like, he makes it sound like, I don't know, just way overhyped on fear and paranoia, like fear, on this idea of a polyamorous gay throuple raising a kid. It says it's unnatural. Actually, look at human history, it's closer to how children may have been raised in tribal communities, that you would have like multiple people, like not just men but women, taking care of you simultaneously. It takes a village, and I've got a video about that too that talks about that being raised by queer people, that's one of the beneficial aspects of it, is having multiple fathers and multiple mothers. I don't think that's a bad thing. He seems to have a really, really big problem with this. Like, it's horrifying to him. Like the world is just going to catch on fire if children have like 4 fathers or 4 mothers or something like that. And it's like, why? I don't care. My husband and I are monogamous, but I mean, I don't have an issue with people who are polyamorous, and I don't see what the issue is. I think, this is a lot of fear and hype, and he's trying to proclaim that it's inherently bad, but it's like, why? Why is it inherently bad just because they're a throuple? And to act like he's saying also too that it's an inherent, like allowing gay marriage, you can't make the argument, like if you make the argument that gay people can have children, then there is no way that you can make an argument that 3 men cannot have children, or 4 or whatever, and whatever. And it's like, no, you could just make a blanket prescriptive law within on the federal level or on the state level that says that nobody can have more than 2 legal guardians. There, end of story. 2 legal guardians, period, end of story. So 2 moms, 2 dads, mom and dad, done. But it's almost like is he not aware that Mormons exist? Like their religion sort of mandates that they're polyamorous. I don't know. Like there's tons of them that have like multiple wives. I don't have an issue with polyamory. I don't care. I don't care if there's 2 men and 2 women and all 4 of them want to marry each other. I don't have an issue with that. I don't see the problem. Some people are polyamorous. I don't. Just a lot of fear and hype over nothing. I can't. As far as I'm concerned, you do whatever you want as long as you're not hurting anybody. Like I don't really care. I don't see how it's inherently harmful to children. That also brings up this whole idea that like, oh, the conservatives were right about everything. One of the arguments, the key arguments, like I'm old enough to remember this. One of the key arguments conservatives had about approving gay marriage is that, oh, if you approve gay marriage, then people are going to start marrying animals in their lawnmowers and all kinds of weird, funky stuff like that. And that's not happening. You do have examples of people who are, marrying as polyamorous and having like multiple husbands, multiple wives or something like that. But that's something that occurs within the cishet community too. Who cares? That's no one's business. As long as they're good parents, as long as they're responsible, there's no issue with this. There shouldn't be. Why is he freaking out so bad about it? It's beyond me. I don't know. It's very bizarre how much he's like, oh my god, horrifying. I mean, he makes it sound like we're watching a snuff film. It's like, dude, it's just a child being raised by 3 dads. Who cares? Why are you so like flippant about this? It's very weird thing. I cannot imagine just waking up and being upset at the world like that over something like that. Like he must be just upset all the time. I can't imagine that's good for you. That's healthy. But I don't know why he can't just be like, nope, I'm gonna look the other direction. That's not for me. I don't know why he can't do that, but that's another thing that conservatives were wrong about. No, people are not marrying lawnmowers and toasters and animals and like goats and cats and dogs and horses and shit. Nope, not a thing. And polygamy, that's something that's been around for a long time. Actually, I have a colada ring. I don't know if you can see that. It's a more traditional colada ring. The reason why it's more traditional than the single heart was pretty common practice that you'd have your main love. So one of the hearts represents your main love, the love of your life that you always come home to. The other 2 hearts represent your lovers, people that you see kind of on the side, but they're not the main love of your life. And this wasn't like a social taboo or anything. Polygamy has been a thing within human society and the human species for a really long time. And actually, this whole idea of it's just a man and a woman, period, full stop, is actually kind of more modern. And you have cultures that I mean, harems are not good. That's typically an oppressive situation of the women. They don't want to necessarily be in that situation. But culturally speaking, there's tons of cultures all over the world that having multiple, like, pair bonded partners is not seen as bizarre or strange at all for cishet people. And so it's like, if egalitarianism is the thing, why is it suddenly a problem when gay people participate in polyamory or polygamy? But it's perfectly fine when cishet people do it. For some reason, it changes. It doesn't. It's the same. I don't have an issue with it. So, beyond that, if you look through tons, and again, those videos, the links to them will be in the description below, along with many others. How many I have? 1, 2. I have 3 links for Matt Walsh, but one of them is not a video. One of them is just like search results, so you can look at this long list of hate videos that Mr. Walsh has made over the years. And I've looked at many, so you can look through. He spouts these statistics and things that children being raised by queer people, they don't end up right. They end up doing bad in school. They end up with mental illnesses. They end up gay themselves. They don't. They have just as much of chance of growing up being gay, bi, trans, non-binary as cishet couples raising kids. You're talking about a demographic of the population. It's part of a normal expression and behavior of the human species. So, he spouts these statistics, though, that they're going to be more involved in crime. All these bad outcomes will happen if children are raised by queer parents. And he starts spouting out numbers and everything. And this is where I ask the question, where is he getting those numbers? And this is where I really found the rabbit hole that I was talking about. So, and we're going to go into that. It's going to be part 2. This is the end of part 1. Matt Walsh is a bigot. The end of part 1. Matt Walsh is a bigot. Big old bigot. What is it? It's... Katy Faust is a big one. And there's an organization that he's also getting this from. What is it? It's the Marriage and Family Formation. And so we're going to talk about those. So this next section, part 2, is going to predominantly be about Katy Faust and the Marriage and Family Foundation. And then we will talk about the other studies. Oh, you also have you also have the American College of Pediatricians That sounds really academic, but it's not. It's a conservative advocacy group. And what we're going to learn is that the psychologists and people who research or try to find biased data to back up bigotry towards queer people, predominantly that queer people should not raise kids, they're all conservative groups with an agenda to try to block and restrict equality and rights from queer people. And actually that group of people that does that is a very, 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 very small minority percentage of people within psychology and sociology. Something like 98% of those who practice in psychology and sociology and studying like family dynamics and everything, about 98% say there's no difference. Doesn't matter if they're gay, it doesn't matter if they're trans, it doesn't matter if they're queer, cishet, biological, or non-biological. That's not what produces a child's outcome later in life. It's more to do with economic upbringing, psychological well-being, and so on. 98% of the field pretty much are on board with that. And because that's what the studies show. These people who are saying queer people produce bad outcomes in raising for kids, they're all operating on a bias, and they're a very, very small minority within academia, which a lot of them have lost their license because of their bigotry. These are people that also spearhead and advocate for conversion therapy, which is state-sanctioned torture. So let's go on to part 2.
Part 2. Katy Faust, the American College of Pediatricians, Family Research Council, FRC, the conservative advocacy groups.
Alright, so in this section, we're going to be talking about the studies. First, we're going to go over the queerphobic, bigoted studies, and what you will find in the studies that perpetuate the data points that mouth propaganda pieces like Matt Walsh and others use to perpetuate queerphobic information and propaganda is that while they sit there and claim that the other organizations and institutes are biased towards queer people, the reality is they're not. The reality is these groups actually have a clear stated bias against queer people. They tend to be conservative, traditionalist, and have Christian agendas. Deeply affiliated. A lot of them actually used to work in actual academia and walked away from legitimate organizations of academia so that they could practice their bias and bigotry and produce data and things that are more biased against queer people in support of a traditional Christian nationalist sort of agenda. And they're very clear about that. They don't hide it. So first, in doing this part, it was kind of complicated. I think what I'm going to do is I'm just kind of going to rant off some things here, and I'll have separate videos entirely of these poor studies. We'll go over the phobic, bigoted studies that have an agenda, and after we're done with that, then we'll just jump into the studies that are actual, legitimate, peer-reviewed studies, which, by the way, the peer-reviewed studies that say that there's nothing wrong with queer people having kids, that there's no difference in outcome if kids are raised by queer parents, cis-het parents, biological parents, non-biological parents, is irrelevant to the outcome. The outcome has more to do with the other things that we've talked about. I'll go over those studies at the end, but that is the majority of academia. That is like thousands upon thousands upon thousands upon thousands of sociologists, psychologists, and academics of peer-reviewed research. And then the ones that are against queer people having kids, that's actually a really small number of pediatrics. Pediatricians, sociologists, and psychologists, numbering somewhere around only like 67. This is why peer review is so important in science. It's not this lone person in science that just sometimes that's the case, but they always, you start off with a rogue that has an idea, and then they get peer reviewed, and all the scientific community comes to a consensus that yes, their findings are correct. And in this case, these conservative ones are mad because their findings are not correct. Actually, let's just get some data points out of the way. First of all, queer people do not have a higher rate of divorce than cis-het people. They actually have a lower rate of divorce. Seen here in this screenshot. Queer people do not have higher rates of domestic violence. Some say that the domestic violence rates amongst queer people are just the same as straight people, if not less. There's a lot of conservative punditry that goes into this because actually studies find that violence among queer people is actually significantly lower than cis-het people. But here's that data point. And then there's also just overall crime rates, like LGBTQIA plus people only make up 0.01% of overall crime rates. So let's just get that out of the way. Those are statistics that I've spouted out in various videos over the years. If you don't know those statistics, if you haven't seen those studies, many of which come from the government itself and their data collecting, like FBI, Justice Department, and those kinds of things. It is what it is. Like, I'm sorry, queer people don't commit crime rates at the same rate and level as cis-het people. That is what it is. I don't know what to tell you. I'm sorry. But the weird thing about it all is that, like, don't act like straight people don't participate in polyamory too. Don't act like cis-het people aren't swingers. Like, that's not a thing. Don't act like cis-het people don't have marriage problems. Don't act like cis-het people don't have legal issues and struggle with mental health and substance abuse and stuff like that. They do. Don't act like cis-het people don't experience domestic violence. They do. The thing is that it just seems like society's trying to hold queer people to a much higher standard. And the reality is just no matter what type of human you are, human beings generally overall are just not perfect. And even if queer people had higher rates of these things, which they don't, but even if they did, all that indicates is that it's a human thing. It's an issue within human beings and has no relevancy to whether you're queer or cis-het. It doesn't matter. These are issues, like actual issues within society, and have no bearing on who you are. But it just seems like society is trying to hold queer people to a higher standard, where queer people have to be extra, extra, extra good people. Like, you can't have any divorce rates at all. You can't have any domestic violence rates at all. You can't have any mental illness. You can't have any of this, any of that. Don't be swingers ever. Always, it's just not realistic, because some people are not monogamous people. Some people are, some people aren't. But see, that's the thing. When it's cis-het people doing it, it's fine. It's only a problem to these bigots when it's queer people. That's the only time they have an issue. Which means queer people are being held to a higher standard than cis-het people. And that's not true egalitarianism. Domestic violence is wrong. We all agree with that. But I don't care if it's domestic violence in a lesbian relationship, in a gay relationship, in a cis-het relationship, in a relationship with a trans person or non-binary person. Domestic violence is wrong. Doesn't matter who's doing it. I think that should be obvious. But it seems to be that they will grab instances like that and use it to cudgel into their argument as a way of trying to tear queer people's rights apart, which is particularly sad when you're talking about breaking up queer people's families, taking their kids away from them, taking their spouses away from them, literally breaking up our families. That's messed up. That's not right. So, here I would like you to meet. This is Peter Riggs, massive conservative shithead that helps produce these data points. With, I believe he's with APEDS, or the American College of Pediatricians. I can't remember if he's with FRC or APEDS. FRC is the Family Research Council, and APEDS is the American College of Pediatricians. You also have another nasty conservative group that perpetuates these anti-queer, bigoted talking points or data points called the New Family Structure Study, NFSS, which that was produced by a guy who walked away from mainstream academia to produce bigoted data points. But even this guy, he's even gone after APEDS and FRC for misusing his data, because he apparently isn't as bigoted towards queer people as these other groups that we're about to see. So, Peter Riggs, Tony Perkins, another one, and then Katy Faust. Katy Faust, this woman is a big one. She's a big one in the scene. Big one. Some of these people still have academic credentials. They still have papers that are recognized and have been peer-reviewed and found correct. But largely, they've become pariahized within academics because they keep producing papers about how much they hate queer people. And that's why they're not. Some of them have lost their license because of this. Some of them are still in there, but kind of socially pariahized of these papers are good, but their papers on queer people, don't look at those, because those have been peer reviewed and found to be horseshit. So Katy Faust, though, she's a big one. And Katy Faust, she has an agenda. She has a biased agenda against queer people.
In 2015, we didn't have time to wait for good studies. We had an agenda to push. We had an institution to redefine. We had a marital history and tradition that needed to be updated and modernized.
See, told you. She's very open about this. She's very open that she has a bias and an agenda against queer people, their families, and getting married. She has an agenda. She is honest about that. She is open about it. She doesn't hide it. But yet, the people who are just being, they're not coming out saying queer people are even better at taking care of kids. That would be biased. They're saying, no, there's no difference. The actual academic that's neutral, that goes off of descriptive reality, that goes off the actual scientific process, which is the vast majority of pediatricians, sociologists, and psychologists, are going off of a study that looks at 34 years worth of data. And that the name of that study is called the SDSU's study. It's a 38-year time span. 38 year. So when that's peer reviewed, it's kind of hard to refute. So that's a lot of data. That's a long time span. Like every single child being raised by a queer family, and that study is now an adult. And then at the tail end, closer to the year we're in now of 2026, they're still kids, but that's 38 years. To go against that is pretty ridiculous. So this group isn't biased. They're just reporting descriptive reality. But when you hold on to a specific worldview, and your worldview says, this can't be right, because my worldview, my traditional Judeo-Christian values and worldview and philosophy tells me that this isn't, that they can't be, well, then you have to start making up data, drawing from old data points that are no longer relevant, and so on. Because they have to be against us. They have to be. They do not want a descriptive reality that shows actually it's fine. Because it means their worldview, their world philosophy, the Judeo-Christian, the traditionalism, the conservatism, it's incorrect according to descriptive reality. In the real world, in real world practice, there's no difference between queer couples raising kids and cishet couples. We're not that different. We're not strange beings from outer space. No, we're the same as straight people. Really the only difference is our sexual orientation, gender identity, and gender expression. That's it. Hate to tell you. Sorry, it's not what you want it to be. But that's the reality. So let's talk about this first one. Here's the American College of Pediatricians, or APEDS. This is the American College of Pediatricians. They argue that the reason why same-sex couples or queer couples cannot raise children is because biology matters. They even go as far as to argue that children should not even be taken care of by foster parents, that children can only thrive when they are taken care of by their biological parents, which is completely contradictory to human history. The risks of the homosexual lifestyles of children, they're highly affiliated with Katy, Faust. Finally, research demonstrated considerable risk to children exposed to the homosexual lifestyle. Violence between same-sex parents is 2 to 3 times more common than among married heterosexual couples. That's actually not true. Same-sex couples have lower domestic violence rates than heterosexual couples, actually. Same-sex partnerships are significantly more prone to dissolution than heterosexual marriages, with the average same-sex relationship lasting only 2 to 3 years. Actually, since gay marriage has been around longer, it's showing that gay people get divorced less often than heterosexual people. Homosexual men and women are reported to be promiscuous with serial sex partners, even within what are loosely termed committed relationships. So do heterosexual people, but they don't mention that. Individuals who practice a heterosexual lifestyle are more likely than heterosexuals to experience mental illness. Again, not true. Substance abuse, suicidal tendencies, and shortened lifespans. Although some would claim that these dysfunctions are a result of societal pressures in America, the same dysfunctions exist at inordinately high levels amongst homosexuals in cultures where the practice is more widely accepted. And we're going to get into why this is problematic. It's not scientific, and it's heavily based on biased statistics. About the ACPEDS, the American College of Pediatricians. An American College of Pediatricians, ACPEDS, is a socially conservative advocacy group, not the primary mainstream medical association for pediatricians. Though its name sounds like an official, neutral governing body, ACPEDS was explicitly founded to advance a traditional Judeo-Christian worldview regarding family structures, sexuality, and gender. Much like Katy Faust and the Family Research Council, FRC, ACPEDS does not approach same-sex parent household data from a non-biased lens. They selectively curate research to support their core position that same-sex parenting is, quote-unquote, potentially hazardous to children. Understanding what ACPEDS is, the origin, ACPEDS was formed in 2002 by a small group of about 60 pediatricians who broke away from the mainstream American Academy of Pediatrics, the AAP. They left specifically because the AAP endorsed second parenthood adoption for same-sex couples. Size and scope. The official mainstream organization is the American Academy of Pediatricians, the AAP, which boasts over 67,000 members. By contrast, the ACPEDS is a tiny advocacy group with an estimated membership of a few hundred individuals. Core mission, ACPEDS defines itself around Judeo-Christian values. Their stated mission includes promoting the belief that a married biological mother and father family unit is the only optimal setting for raising children. ACPEDS stance on same-sex parenting, its formal position papers such as Same-Sex Parenting, a Scientific Analysis, ACPEDS argues that changing the traditional model of parenting is dangerous. Their publications rely on specific arguments, claims of harm. ACPEDS alleges that children raised in homosexual households face a higher risk of emotional, mental, and physical issues. They argue that these children are more likely to experience quote-unquote sexual confusion and mental distress. The quote-unquote null hypothesis critique, ACPDES, heavily criticizes the dozens of studies showing no difference between same-sex and opposite-sex parenting. They claim these studies suffer from small sample sizes, inadequate controls, and design flaws. Select data citing. Like the Family Research Council, the FRC, ACPEDS relies on data from specific researchers such as Mark Regnerus, Paul Solanus, and Douglas Allen, who found disparate outcomes for children of same-sex parents. How the medical community views ACPEDS and the data major medical, psychological, and sociological institution, including the American Psychological Association, the American Medical Association, and the mainstream American Academy of Pediatrics, strongly reject ACPEDS. Conclusions. Misinterpretation of science. Critics and researchers have accused ACPEDS of misinterpreting scientific papers. In fact, several scientists whose work was cited by ACPEDS have publicly protested, stating that ACPEDS distorted their data to reach an anti-LGBTQ plus conclusion. The stability consensus. Mainstream groups point out that when you compare stable, healthy households, there is no measurable difference in the well-being of children based on their parents' sexual orientation. They noted that ACPEDS continuously points to studies tracking unstable or broken homes to make their arguments. Civil rights and health. The mainstream AAP issued a comprehensive policy statement confirming that a parent's sexual orientation has zero negative impact on a child's development. They note that denying same-sex couple marriage equality actually creates unnecessary financial and social stress that harms children. Summary. The American College of Pediatricians, ACPEDS, operates as a political and cultural advocacy group under a medical banner. Its reports on same-sex parent households are heavily biased, serving to validate a traditional religious platform rather than representing the global consensus of pediatric medicine. Now, after that, we have the Family Research Council, or FRC, which, funnily enough, one of the two, it's not surprising to me, but it's just like, this is just a cherry on top of the cake. They hate the Southern Poverty Law Center. Because, of course, they do. I mean, they probably labeled them as a hate group because... well, they do. They hate queer people. They're open about it. So here's FRC. This is the Family Research Council, otherwise known as FRC. This is where some of the studies come from. Sexual Parent Study Summary Findings by Peter Spriggs. There's been a great deal of media attention focused on pioneering new study of children with homosexual parents defined as parents who had same-sex romantic relationships while child was under age 18. The first article based on the New Family Structures Study in FSS was published by lead researcher Mark Regnerus in the journal Social Science Research in June 2012. This study is the first to truly bridge the gap in our knowledge left by previous studies. The main overall thing that they come to is that while all findings are important, we have a higher level of confidence that findings represent actual differences in overall population if they are statistically significant. If they are statistically significant after controlling for other variables that might influence a particular outcome that is even more compelling, below are some of the statistically significant findings comparing children who had homosexual parents with children raised by their married mother and father. Some of these figures represent percentages reporting certain experiences, while others represent average scores on scales created by that guy. I don't know how to say his last name. Significant for both lesbian mothers, LM, and gay fathers, GF, with and without controls, compared with children. Yeah. 57% are much more likely to have received welfare growing up. This could not possibly be true on the sole basis that there is just more cis heterosexual people out there. There are more cis heterosexual people on welfare. And I also don't know what they mean by welfare. Do they mean disability? Do they mean retirement? What do they mean? Have lower educational attainment. That probably has more to do with their financial upbringing. Report less safety and security in their family of origin. Report more ongoing negative impact from their family of origin, are more likely to suffer from depression, have been arrested more often if they are female, have had more sexual partners, both male and female. I don't know why this is significantly good or bad. I don't think it's either. I think it's just a thing. It's like saying somebody had peanut butter and jelly. And it says compared to children from intact biological families. Are more likely to be currently cohabitating. I guess they mean marriage. Are almost 4 times more likely to be currently on public assistance. Are barely half as likely to be currently unemployed full-time, are more than 3 times. Yeah. Then they go through the comparisons. And there's a real problem, though, with what they're reporting here. They're referring to a study by one specific person done in 2012, and there are more recent studies that have come out since then that have taken place over a longer time frame, and the study they're basing it off of is by one person, not peer-reviewed by a consensus. But there's a real problem with their studies, and we're about to get. I'll explain that here in a minute. About the FRC, Family Research Council. This is a conservative Christian lobbying group and looks for confirmation bias. Often, what they are doing to specifically looking at outcomes of families who come from poverty, and are looking at the outcomes of children raised in poverty. They are looking at same-sex couples who raise kids in poverty and claiming the outcomes are due to them being raised by same-sex couples, and do not pay attention to the fact that if you look at cis-het couples who also live in poverty, you will observe the same outcomes. Meaning these negative outcomes are outcomes of children being raised in poverty, and is the same outcome for both straight couples and same-sex or queer couples. The issue is poverty, as people who live in poverty have less access to resources such as mental health, schools with funding to where they have parasocial workers, social workers, extracurricular activities, healthy food diets, and so on. If anything, this is more or less makes the argument that poverty is a key driver or factor that will determine the outcome of a child and their well-being. When discussing studies on same-sex parent households published or promoted by the Family Research Council, FRC, they are referring to a specific body of literature that the organization uses to argue against same-sex marriage and parenting. The FRC is a conservative Christian lobbying group and and think tank. Rather than conducting independent peer-reviewed scientific field research, the FRC primarily pushes analysis, policy belief, and summaries from outside data to support its traditional family platform. The primary study of the FRC relies upon, alongside the widespread scientific pushback against it, clarifies how this data is utilized. The primary study promoted by the FRC, the Regeneris study, NFSS, the cornerstone of the FRC's literature on same-sex parenting, is its extensive promotion of the 2012 New Family Structures study, conducted by sociologist Mark Regnerus. The FRC's publication in July 2012, the FRC published a detailed summary of findings on heterosexual parent study. Written by senior fellow Peter Sprigg, the FRC's claim, based on the NFSS data, the FRC published briefs claiming that children whose parents had same-sex relationships faced quote-unquote suboptimal outcomes compared to children raised by intact biological heterosexual married parents. They cited higher rates of unemployment, lower educational attainment, and increased emotional distress among these adult children. Other research used by the FRC also frequently publishes briefs citing work by researchers like Donald Paul Solinas and older data from the National Survey of Family Growth. The core argument in all FRC publications remains the same. The absence of a biological mother and father inherently disadvantages a child. Mainstream scientific consensus in critique of the FRC's reports, the papers published and promoted by the FRC, have been overwhelmingly rejected by major scientific, psychological, and sociological institutions due to what researchers call fundamental methodological flaws. The false equivalency flaw in the Regnerus study promoted by the FRC, the, quote, intact heterosexual family, end quote, category consisted of stable, continuously married parents. However, the quote-unquote same-sex category included any child whose parent had ever had a same-sex romantic relationship. Most of these children actually grew up in broken heterosexual marriages, foster care, or single-parent homes resulting from divorce. What was actually measured? The American Sociological Association, ASA, and other bodies pointed out that the FRC promoted study was actually measuring the instability of family breakups, not the inherent quality of same-sex parenting. It compared stable heterosexual households to unstable, disrupted households. The quote-unquote no differences consensus, major groups like the American Academy of Pediatrics and the American Psychological Association point to dozens of methodologically sound, peer-reviewed studies showing that when comparing equal stable households, children raised by same-sex parents fare just as well as those raised by opposite-sex parents. Summary of the FRC's role: the Family Research Council has an advocacy group acts as an advocacy group rather than a neutral scientific body. It packages specific outlier social science data to argue against LGBTQ plus family structures. Mainstream science widely considers the studies the FRC promotes to be methodologically flawed because they conflate the trauma of family divorce and instability with same-sex parenting itself. Now from here, I'm going to go into a part. I'm making this specifically for Katy Faust. I will show you the entire clip of Katy Faust and me reacting to it. And then we're going to go into the studies that are academically accurate, which, you know, would include the legitimate ones is the American Academy of Pediatricians, the AAP, the San Diego State University, UCLA Williams Institute of Law, and Cornell University, just to name a few. And the data and statistics on this are reflective of these institutions in PubMed. And in fact, pretty much any established academic institution of pediatricians, sociologists, and psychologists are on the side of queer people can have kids. It's fine. So, here you go. Katy Faust, everyone. Alright, so here we go. Here's Katy Faust.
Was an awful lot of stuff about all the child needs is love. Mm-hmm. As though that is all the child needs.
Mm-hmm. Well, especially in relation to the same-sex marriage debate, the love makes a family, right, line that is so popular. From a children's rights perspective, if children have a right to life, and if children have a right to their mother and father, the idea that love makes a family functionally means child loss makes that family.
And why is it that she thinks that queer people don't have love in their family, that they don't have love for their partners, that they don't have love for their children? Because they do. Actually, there's been a lot of queer people whose families have been separated from their children, taken away from them, absolutely heartbroken, haven't done anything horrible to the children or anything. They're fed well, they have good education, they have a good home, just taken away just because they have two moms or two dads, or, you know, one of their parents is trans, or both of them non-binary. I mean, it's horrible. And she's saying, what, we're gay people, queer people are incapable of love? I mean,
a child has to lose something that they have a natural right to be in that family. So specifically with same-sex couples, that's what you're talking about. If love makes a family for same-sex,
wrong. Like that is just a blanket assertion. That's just assuming that like gay people don't love and that they don't have like a parental love for their children. It's just bullshit. Like, such a mean, hateful woman. I cannot stand her.
It's couples. That means we are going to require this child lose their mother or father.
No, they still have, in some cases they have two mothers and two fathers, but it's fine that they have two fathers. It's fine that they have two mothers. The most important thing is that they have love, a sense of belonging, stability, all that sort of stuff. Like, see what I mean? She's so hateful.
In this family. So to me, it's a very slick way of promoting and incentivizing.
It's not a slick way. She's a slick way. She's like a venomous snake. She's the one making, like, twisting things to promote this anti-queer agenda.
Some of the things that we know create, as you just demonstrated, a primal wound in the life of a child.
At that time, I was staggered by the amount of research papers and authorities and so forth who came out arguing neutrality at best, but very frequently that
even better.
Better, yeah.
Better.
Surprising amount of
that. That's not what they say. They say it's the same.
Mm.
Research is research, is it?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yeah, the problem with the children with same-sex couples fare even better.
I don't know why the audio track is off.
It flies in the face of everything else that we have already established.
It doesn't say that they're even better either. It says that it's the same.
After decades of research on family structure. So prior to 2005, researchers were pretty much in agreement on the left and the right.
Wrong.
That children fared best in the home of their married biological mother and father in a low conflict marriage. That was kind of like the phrase that was repeated in terms of what we knew about who children were and how to provide the conditions that would lead to their flourishing.
This is where she's just historically inaccurate, because in the video I talked about, like where I said I'm making this video, I talked about this from a historical perspective. It's almost like she thinks human beings only started existing and taking care of children like today. No, historically, it was very common that children would be cared for by people who were not their biological parents, because death rates were really, 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 really high, especially for women, especially for mothers. Giving birth carried with it a very, very high risk of dying in giving in labor. So it was just very common, like it's more common than she wants to believe. Biology has nothing to do with it. This is the problem with this woman. She's making an argument that before you can even get to her anti-queer arguments, it stops at, but even if we're talking about cis-het people, straight people having kids, you're already bumping into a problem, because throughout most of human history, this just, what you're referring to isn't a thing. It's only been a thing like around the 1950s, and even then, the ideal of the 1950s is a utopian fantasy of the 1950s that didn't actually exist and was mostly only existed in media presentation of the 1950s.
But then something strange happened in 2005, leading up until about 2015.
Research. That's the strange thing that happened. Research, data, peer-reviewed research.
Is there was this glut of studies that kind of came on the market about how children fared. No.
They didn't come on the market. There was a bunch of studies that got peer-reviewed and published. That's not on the market.
No difference if they were raised by two mothers or two fathers. It was just on a
And she didn't like the results of those papers, because it's like, oh crap, these papers show that a child doesn't necessarily need me, a mommy, as long as they get care and nurture and nature from their father, which even from a cis-het perspective happens a lot, because moms die. People get divorced. I mean, shit.
Podcast this morning with Josh Zepps, and we had a conversation about this. He pulled out a clipboard. He's like, let me just read through all the studies that show that same-sex parents, that there's no damage to children when they're raised by two moms or two dads. And he's like listing off like Psychology Today and this university and this study and all of that. And I'm like, oh yeah, tell me what else?
Yeah, she won't address any of the studies. She's one of the people who used to work in academia that walked away from it because she was mad that it didn't agree with her Judeo-Christian worldview. That's what it boils down to.
And I said, there's very clearly all of these studies that if you want to say kids fare no different, there you go. There's your studies. And to his credit, he said, I know that some of these studies had some methodological problems.
They don't.
Specifically that they used recruited samples.
She's the only one who makes this claim. Like, the conservative people are the only ones who make this claim. The only ones. In all actuality, her and the other facilities, they're the ones who only look at queer people raising children. They only look at them if they are in poverty. They will not look at a queer couple raising children who are not in poverty. They won't look at them. They won't look at the data on those children at all. Only queer people with kids who grow up, who live in poverty. That's the only place these people will get their data from.
Right, people that were invited into the study rather than examining population-based data or getting their participants at random. But it's beyond that.
And you know what? All you have to do is go and ask people, like, there's tons of adults who were raised by queer people who were raised by two dads, raised by two moms, raised by trans parents, by non-binary parents. Tons. All you have to do is find those adults and ask them. And we're going to look at that, actually. I can't go through all the videos. This is going to be like a million hours long if I do that, but I will leave links to videos where we're going to look at kids who were raised by queer parents, and you can see they're fine. They're fucking fine. I know one of the big fears of the conservatives that if they're raised by queer parents, that they'll grow up to be queer. And you'll find that I only found one that was. One. I only found one guy who was raised by, he had a giant family. He had like 4 moms and 3 dads. I don't know. He had an entire community raising him. And he's fine. He's doing well academically, all that sort of stuff. He's bisexual. He was the only example I could find of somebody who grew up queer themselves. All the other examples I found, they're straight. They're straight cis people. Straight cis boys. Straight cis girls. They're not queer themselves.
Those no difference studies, they were very small sample sizes. They often didn't have adequate...
They're not small sample sizes. She's not even going to talk about the 38 years, the study that looked at 38 years. She's not even going to talk about that. Oh, that didn't exist in this woman's mind. Nope, not going to touch it.
Controls, and here is what I think is the biggest problem. Most of those studies did not actually look at the outcomes for kids. They didn't look at their school records.
Yes, they did.
They did not look at whether or not they were on welfare. They did not.
Yes, they did.
They did not wait till the kids were old enough to answer for themselves.
Yes, they did.
It was just,
surely you can't know until they're 30, 40, 50, 60.
It is hard. You have to find them out of the house.
They've done that.
And then you have to...
She's just blatantly... This is disgusting. She's just blatantly lying. She's just outright lying.
Find them at random. So it's hard.
The studies exist for this. You can go and read them. They exist. She's just lying. I could pull it up and show you. They exist. She's just fucking lying.
It's hard to do good studies on same-sex parented.
No, it's not. What happened?
And then you have to find them at random to do good studies on same-sex parented households because only 10% of same-sex couples are married, and then B, there's a small percentage of them that also have children. And C,
that is true. The queer community is a genuine minority. LGBTQIA plus people only make up I saw a professor who studies specifically queer stuff. She said that the LGBTQ plus community, all of it, makes up only 9.3% of the overall population. I thought it was 10%. So I guess the 10% is rounding up, but she said that the more precise is 9.3%. So queer people are a true minority. There's not very many of us. And then so out of the queer community, the amount of people who are married is smaller, and the amount of people in the queer community who are married and also have kids is a very small number. That is true.
D, you have to wait for the kids to grow up, and then D, you have to find them at random. It's hard to do these.
No, it's not. They're on they post on the internet. You can find them. I found them. They're not hard. You just type in YouTube search, gay kids or adults who are raised by queer parents as kids, and you will find them. They have blogs. They talk about it. They come to defend their parents because people like this attack them.
Studies. And between 2005 and 2015, we didn't have time to wait for good
Wrong.
studies. We had an agenda to push.
See?
We had an institution to redefine, an agenda to.
We had an agenda to push. We had an institution to redefine.
In 2015, we didn't have time to wait for good studies. We had an agenda to push.
She had an agenda to push.
An institution to redefine.
She had an institution to redefine.
History and tradition that needed to be updated and modernized.
We had a marital tradition that, she wanted to protect.
And so you got all of these studies that are, I don't want to say junk science, but very few of those studies are going to be able to meaningfully tell us something about.
Because they're not junk science. They just don't tell you what you want to hear to push your agenda that you just were talking about like 1 minute ago.
The population at large. Now, there are a few studies that did use the gold standard. And when they did evaluate children that they found at random using massive population samples, that asked the children.
She's talking about the studies that directly went and looked at specifically only queer people who are raising kids in poverty.
Themselves, how they were doing, or if
that's where they come up with the statistic that they're on wealth. Yeah, because every single queer person that you looked at in your conservative agenda studies were all living in poverty.
Evaluated government data on actual outcomes, you find.
And what's more common in people who live in poverty? Mental health issues, substance use disorders, being on welfare.
That no differences actually meant major differences, especially as it related to challenges in school, high rates of
which is common amongst children who are raised in poverty. If you look at cis-het people raising children in poverty, you find the same results. This is what mainstream academics have criticized her for, Katy Faust, is that if she looked at cis-het people under the same conditions that she is looking at queer people and raising children, you will find the same results, because it has nothing to do with them being queer or cis-het, and everything to do with the structure that they're living in.
Depression, anxiety, daily fearfulness, daily crying.
And don't act like people who live rich, extravagant, lavish lifestyles don't have histories of mental illness. Don't act like that. It's just that they have better access to mental health care because they have more money. Or they don't exhibit mental health issues because they have enough money to lead stable lives. And don't fall into pits of existential hell because the bills are piling up and all that. Stop pretending. Stop playing. Like this woman, she is just a fucking evil woman.
Paul Sullins did kind of the lion's share of the work on that. And so this should not be a surprise to us, because we already had a lot of information.
Well, it's not surprising. We already know that about people who live in poverty in general, regardless if you're looking at queer people or cis-het people. We already know that. Come over to the left. We have solutions for that. It's called get rid of capitalism.
About what it would take to lead to child flourishing as it relates to family structure. So Josh and I also talked about how when you're not studying same-sex parenting, if you're looking at family structure and you're studying anything other than two moms or two dads, sociologists largely agree on three things.
That's predominantly all that they studied until they started studying queer people. Like, what you mean? We have tons of data on that. She gonna act like that hasn't just been the default norm in a heteronormative society that penalized people for being queer for like centuries? Like, get real.
Number one, biological parents are the most invested in, connected to, and protective of kids.
I don't know if that's true or not, but the thing that she's going to ignore in all this is that you don't always have an option to have your biological parents before you even get to queer parents. Again, historically speaking, death rates. Go to the 1800s, 1700s, death rates so freaking common that maybe your siblings are raising you, your older siblings are raising you. Maybe both of your parents died, you're an orphan, and some stranger takes you in and mentors you. You go even further back in history, you're talking about people were raised by entire communities, by a tribal community. That is like almost like the default wild human being state, is people being raised by an entire community. You know, the whole saying, it takes a village. That there's actually a historical pinpoint for where that it takes a village comes from. Is that would be how children would have been raised in tribal communities. The entire community, the entire village would be helping your parents or your foster parents or become your raise you.
Biological parents advantage children in ways that unrelated adults do not. Number 2, men and women are different. And those differences benefit children in the home. See,
and then this gets into a big issue with her saying, like, men and women. She's doing this whole, like, it's almost like she doesn't understand that people have different personalities. Like, it's almost like, here, she's gonna suggest here in a minute. I've already seen the video, so I'm just gonna say this now. She's gonna suggest that it's like women are incapable of being violent and aggressive and abusive. Have you never met a woman who was violent, aggressive, and abusive? I have, personally, in my life. Actually, the most abusive person I have ever met in my life was a woman. I've met an abusive guy, like he was a sort of a stepdad person. He was abusive, but he paled in comparison to a woman who was a babysitter of mine. She was abusive. She was evil. I used to daydream about doing something about it for a long time because she was evil. She has no concept of, like, people having different personalities, and it's stupid. It's like there are men who are very brute force, aggressive, stuff like that. But there's also men who are very emotional and nurturing and stuff like that. This has nothing to do with whether you're a man or a woman. You could be cis-het. You could be a cis-het guy and still have more nurturing aspects to you, more compassion for your children than a cis-het woman who is violent. She doesn't understand how, like, human beings work. Like, different personalities exist. It's not like once you've met one woman, you've met all of them. Once you've met one dude, you've met all of them. That's ridiculous. This is insane.
Men talk to children differently, play with kids differently, discipline them differently.
Individuals talk to and deal with children differently, regardless of being men or women. Like, this is just brainless. Like, I cannot believe she used to be part of academia. She doesn't have a clue. Like, this is ridiculous. Lady, you are ridiculous. You are an example. You are an example of how you are wrong. You are a walking example of that.
And children benefit from that. Mothers nurture children in ways that fathers don't. They soothe children in ways that fathers don't.
No. No. My biological mom is a cold, unfeeling reptile. My dad is an awesome dad who filled both the roles of basically a woman of like the motherhood and the fatherhood. I grew up with, I consider this person my mother figure. I did have a stepmother, and I still consider her my mom today. So, like, my family sort of circle is kind of complicated. I grew up in a cis-het family, though, for all intents and purposes. But, I mean, there were a lot of aspects, a lot of times where my dad had to fill both roles. And he did so a lot better than my biological mom, who I want nothing to do with. She's out of this world. We're not going to talk about that.
Emphasize equality and emotional
You're not advocating for equality right now. You're sitting there saying that queer people are lesser than cis-het people. You're not about equality, lady. You're breaking your own rules right now.
in ways that fathers don't. And those are things that don't.
All fathers are against equality. They're all a bunch of bigots. Like, come on.
Those are just realities. Mothers and fathers offer
No, they're not.
distinct and complementary benefits to children. And then number 3, losing a parent is traumatizing.
No shit. Oh, are you for real? Losing a parent is traumatizing? Damn, I didn't know that. What a fucking epiphany.
To death, divorce, incarceration.
And the same applies when it's a parent who's a queer parent raising children. Which you guys seem to take pride and joy in breaking those families up. Taking the children's gay fathers away from them, or having them incarcerated, not because they did anything illegal, but because they're gay. Mm-hmm.
Several studies show that sperm and egg donation among heterosexual couples showed diminished outcomes with kids. So it's interesting.
So this part is hilarious, is where she's sitting there saying that, like, kids intuitively know who their biological parents are. Which is insane, because there are literally examples before you even get to queer people raising kids. Just sticking with cis-het couples. There are cis-het couples who have adopted little babies, raised them. They are not their biological children. Raised them as though they were their own. And these kids have not known that they are adopted, and sometimes do not even find out until they are adults that their parents are not their biological parents, that they were adopted. Because, unfortunately for Miss Stupid here, no, you do not just intuit who your biological parents are. Now, there are times, where you can look and see, like, the genetics don't make sense, where there's, like, a glaring thing, like, let's say, like, both of my parents were, like, people of color or something like that. And, like, let's say I was adopted, both my parents were people of color, and I'm just, like, white. Like, obviously, I think I might have been adopted. But, no, for the most part, kids can't tell. They don't know. They don't know. But a lot of adoption occurs when kids have gained consciousness and a form of sentience. Really doesn't begin around until, like, about 2 years old. And even then, like, you could adopt a 2-year-old and they may not ever know that they're actually adopted, unless you tell them. A lot of kids, though, they're adopted, like, between, like, 4, 9, something like that. Then you start getting into the teenage years, and this is where, like, people people don't adopt teenagers very often. It's really sad. And a lot of them age out of the foster care system and end up homeless because nobody adopted them. It's very sad. But no, you do not just know who your biological parents are. That's ridiculous.
Interesting, because you've got these 3 truisms about family structure.
It's not a truism. She's a nut. Like, there's literal examples of this. Like, you don't even have to take it to queer arguments. Her argument and the little foundations and organizations that she works with, like the FRC, it breaks down when you talk about cis-het people, straight people, raising kids. This biological argument breaks before you even get to talking about queer parents. It doesn't make sense. We know this. We have examples of this. She is a nut. And this is where these organizations, that from her, they get their data points from her. That this is where, and then shithead mouthpieces like Matt Walsh get on the internet and produce the propaganda that he does and think that this is legitimate academics. It's not legitimate academics. It's a Judeo-Christian traditionalist conservative agenda disguising itself as academics, so these people can rationalize, justify their bigotry, their hatred against queer people. That's what it is.
structure. Biology matters, gender matters. You shouldn't lose one or both of your biological parents.
People do all the time, and if you go in history, that was common. You could die from a cut. You could have died from an infected tooth. You think children throughout history were just always raised by biological parents. You're dumb. You need to read a history book. Like, read notes and letters from people who lived in the 1800s. Death was everywhere.
And then magically, when you study same-sex parenting, somehow none of that matters.
Like I said.
Even though you're always missing a biological parent. You're always going to be missing mother or father. And you've always lost a parent.
No, what about the examples where they have two mothers and two fathers? And they're biological because they turkey basted it or something. What about that, lady?
Parent due to some level of tragedy.
Yeah, you're not going to talk about that.
Or on the open big fertility market. So right there, you probably should be looking askance at those studies that say that love makes a family and those kids fare no different. Because
yeah, queer people are capable of love. It's not just that. That is an aspect of homophobia, is to of queerphobia, is to completely just say being gay is just a sex thing. No, it's not. That is an aspect of homophobia, of queerphobia. It's not a sex thing. It's an overall encompassing attraction thing. It's not just lust. It's love, too. Yeah.
Flies in the face of everything that we know about family structure.
Mm-hmm. So, that was Katy Faust, everybody. Where was that? Where she said,
different studies. They were very small sample sizes. They often getting their participants at random, rather than examining population. Look at their school records. They did not look, and then you have to find them at random. So it's hard studies that show that same with Josh Zepps or two fathers on the market about how children is there was this glut happened in 2005 leading up to answer for themselves to do good studies on same-sex parent, small percentage of them that also in 2015 we didn't have time to wait for good studies. We had an agenda to push.
There it is. I want to get that timestamp.
In 2015, we didn't have time to wait for good studies. We had an agenda to...
Yeah. All right, so while we're here, let me go ahead and give you the breakdown of Miss Katy Faust. What I have, like, this, I have a script for her that this thing is long. No. Stop. I hate it. Yeah, so 13 freaking pages. Still think I'm going to be able to fit all this in the description. So anyway, she is an open conservative and religious person who sets out to perform confirmation bias to substantiate her own worldview, not on bias studies that lead to conclusions. Yes, Katy Faust is an openly conservative Christian activist, and her work explicitly designed to advance a specific worldview. Because she is a political commentator and advocacy group founder, rather than an objective academic researcher, she does not report science from a non-biased lens. Faust frequently utilizes social science studies, but she does not support predetermined arguments rooted in natural law, and her religious beliefs, understanding Katy Faust background and lens explicitly conservative. Faust is the founder of Them Before Us, a nonprofit organization advocating for the traditional nuclear family structure. She has written a book titled Raising Conservative Kids in a Woke City. Yeah. She's the biased one. Seriously. Contributes to conservative outlets like the Federalist and the American Conservative, and serves on conservative advisory boards. Worldview-driven strategy. Faust openly admits that her goal is to change public policy by shifting cultural narratives. Her strategy involves intentionally using social science data and quote-unquote natural law as secular tools to convince the public of worldview that aligns with biblical models of marriage and family, purposely keeping direct religious arguments in the background to maximize political appeal. Unfortunately, in secular humanism, natural law is not where we derive morals and ethics or how we rationalize them. In nature, you can rape and kill. Does that mean because in nature it's okay to rape and kill, that it's okay? No, it doesn't. Whether something's natural or not, it is not indicative of whether, it is moral or ethical or not. Same with like appeal to tradition. Just because people did or didn't do something in the past doesn't mean that it is or is not correct. Methodology and academic criticisms. Mainstream sociologists, scientists, and fact checkers frequently criticize her work, projecting a specific bias onto scientific data, co-founding variables. Mainstream peer-reviewed studies generally indicate that child outcomes are primarily driven by socioeconomic stability, loving environments, and parental resources rather than gender or sexual orientation of parents. Critics note that Faust often overlooks these variables to argue that biological heterosexual parenting is the only optimal structure. Misapplication of data. Fact-checking organizations such as the Conversation have pointed out that Faust has used studies involving unstable step families or families disrupted by traumatic divorces to draw conclusions about stable, planned same-sex households, which researchers argue is a false equivalence. Reliance on disputed research. Faust frequently cites heavily criticized outlier studies such as the 2012 Regnerus study to argue against same-sex parenting. Major scientific bodies, including the American Psychological Association, EAPA, have thoroughly disputed the methodology of these studies because they tracked children from broken heterosexual marriages rather than children intentionally raised from birth by stable same-sex couples. Summary of Katy Faust is a cultural and political advocate, not a neutral compiler of scientific data. Her presentation of science is selectively curated to support her belief system. Katy Faust argues that children inherently know who their biological parents are, which is really frustrating to me. Beyond arguing for gay rights, there is a massive problem with her methodology. It's like she doesn't realize that humans have existed before modern medical science, and her position can't explain and does not account for historically how common it was for children to be raised by people who were not their biological parents or being raised by only a father due to high mortality rates, which makes her position not make sense even from a cishet perspective. This directly points to a massive, well-documented flaw in Katy Faust's methodology. The difference between biological essentialism and historical reality. By arguing that children inherently know or psychologically require their exact biological mother and father to thrive, Faust creates a rigid, idealized model that completely ignores human history and anthropology. Her framework does not just clash with LGBTQIA+ parenting, it fails to account for how heterosexual cisgender families actually function for thousands of years. The high mortality rate and the blended historically the concept of a closed, isolated, two-parent nuclear family is a relatively modern mid-20th century Western invention. Before modern medicine, high maternal mortality for most of human history, childbirth was incredibly dangerous. Millions of children were raised exclusively by their fathers, older siblings, or parental aunts, serial monogamy via death because parents frequently died young, society or parental or relied heavily on rapid remarriage. Step families, half siblings, and blended households were the historical norm, not the exception. The father-only household under Faust's strict framework, a child raised only by a father due to maternal death, is inherently deprived and damaged by the lack of a maternal figure. Yet historically, this was a standard vital survival structure that successfully raised generations of cisgender heterosexual adults. The anthropological reality of alloparenting in anthropology, there is a concept called alloparenting, a system where individuals other than biological parents provide care for children. It takes a village. For the vast majority of human history, especially in hunter-gatherer and early agricultural societies, children were raised collectively by a clan, tribe, or extended village. Fluid boundaries. Children frequently slept in different huts, were breastfed by women who were not their mothers, and were disciplined and taught by uncles, elders, or neighbors. The absolute hyper-focused attachment to only two biological individuals is an anomaly. When looking at the deep timeline of human existence, the flaw in inherently knowing biology. Faust's claim that children inherently know their biological parents conflates genetic reality with social attachment. The adoptive reality. Millions of adopted children throughout history have grown up completely bonded to their adoptive parents, believing them to be their biological parents until told otherwise. The child's brain does not possess a mystical genetic radar that rejects a loving caregiver because of lack of shared DNA. Psychological attachment theory. Mainstream psychology pioneered by researchers like John Bowlby proves that babies form deep survival-based attachments to whoever constantly feeds, holds, and responds to them. The infant's brain recognizes consistency, safety, and warmth, not a DNA sequence. In summary, the critique is entirely accurate. Faust's argument relies on a romanticized ahistorical golden age of the nuclear family that has never truly existed. By pretending that human psychology is hardwired to only function within a 1950s style biological pairing, she erases the resilience of historical families, the reality of adoption, and the millions of thriving children raised by single fathers, grandparents, and communities throughout human history. Are we clear about Katy Faust? Are we clear about the ACPEDS? Are we clear about the FRC? Not legitimate sources for academic data on queer people raising children. And see, that this is going to be long, and this is what happens when y'all get nitpicky and shit, saying, oh, put the whole clip in, oh, you're blah, 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 blah. Now we're going to go into the studies where the actual academic studies that say that they do not say same-sex or queer couples are have the kids have better outcomes when they're raised by queer couples. That's not what they say. I would argue that, but that's not what they say. They say there's no inherent difference between whether they were raised by queer couples, cis-het couples, biological, or adopted. That is not what measures the outcome of children. What measures the outcome of children? Do they feel loved? Do they feel safe? Do they feel secure? Do they have a sense of belonging? Is there a sense of security? Do they have access to medical care, good education, stuff like that? Nothing to do with whether or not they're cishet, gay, bi, lesbian, trans, non-binary, biological, non-biological. Nothing to do with those things. Nothing. It has to do with other circumstantial things, like poverty, mental health, access to medical care, stuff like that. So now we're going to go into the studies. I'll try to make it as quick as possible, but I mean, this is what happens when you get nitpicky. And the creator starts going, okay, if I don't include this stuff, then people are going to nitpick. The video gets longer because you start adding more stuff. So keep that in mind if you want to be nitpicky in the comments.
Part 3. The peer-reviewed studies approved by academia. American Academy of Pediatrics, AAP, San Diego State University. The SDSU study that looks at over 38 years of data. Cornell University, UCLA Williams Institution of Law.
Okay. Like the lighting? Alright, so in this one, I'm going to try to get this all in one shot. I've been working really hard on this. So this part, we're going to go over the legitimate studies, which the order that we're going to do is going to be Cornell University, and then Williams Institute, and then the San Diego State University SDSU 38-year study. And just because we're going to look at the NIH .gov National Library of Medicine PubMed, because it draws its information from the academically accurate studies, not the inaccurate studies, the non-academic places that sound academic, that try to placate as academia, that Matt Walsh gets, and people like him, not just Matt Walsh, but people like him, get their fake data and fake information to justify, rationalize their bigotry and hatred for queerphobic reasons. So we that's what we're going to do. We're going to look at the actual academic studies that have been peer reviewed and approved. So why don't we go ahead, and here is Cornell University. So what does scholarly research say about the well-being of children with gay and lesbian parents? Here's the overview. We identified 79 scholarly studies that met our criteria for adding to knowledge about the well-being of children with gay or lesbian parents. For those studies, 75 concluded that children of gay lesbian parents fare no worse than other children, while many of the sample sizes were small and some studies lacked a control group. Researchers regard such studies as providing the best available knowledge about child adjustment and do not view large representative samples as essential. We identified 4 studies concluding that children of gay and lesbian parents face added disadvantages, since all 4 took their samples from children who endured family breakups, a cohort known to face added risks. These studies have been criticized by many scholars as unreliable assessments of well-being of LGBT-headed households. Taken together, this research forms an overwhelming scholarly consensus based on over 3 decades of peer-reviewed research that having gay or lesbian parents does not harm children. So some of the stuff that it was talking about earlier is the sort of confirmation bias that people like Katy, Faust, and the FSD and stuff pull from. They don't look at the entire study. They only look at these certain parts and go, aha, I'm right and you're wrong. Having queer parents is bad. And that's where researchers that work with Cornell University go and say, you're misrepresenting our study, because they are. Evaluating, and this isn't even the big one. This is a little one. Evaluating studies include gay parenting raises risk. The regard to the 4 outlier studies all share the same flaw. At most, a handful of the children who were studied were actually raised by same-sex parents. The rest came from families in which opposite-sex parents raised their children. Not queer parents, cis-het parents raise their children for a period of time. So this is one of the things that the conservative people try to say, is that they didn't look at the results of same-sex couples of biological. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. It's just, they're lying. They're either lying or they have not done their research and do not know that they did. I'm going with they're probably lying. Because if they've looked deep into these, how do they not know that they did this? Same-sex parents raise their children for a period of time, but in which often one or more parents subsequently came out as gay or lesbian and left the family or had a same-sex relationship. So this is why you should not discriminate or take away queer rights, is because when queer people are able to live as they are intended to and be themselves, they don't end up trying to play the game, like do what society pressures them into doing, into being like, for example, in a cishet relationship, which is not natural for us. It's not something we can do. It's not good for us mentally, psychologically. It's very bad. It's pretty hard sexually too. It feels like sexual coercion. Like I could not be in a relationship with a woman. I couldn't. It would feel crazy. It'd be like. if you are a cis-het person, if you're a straight man, it would be like forcing you to have a romantic, pair-bonded, and sexual relationship with another man. That would be torture. It would be messed up, and it would mess with you psychologically really, really bad. That's essentially what, like conversion therapy and these anti-queer people forcing queer people into heteronormative situations are essentially doing to us. It's basically psychological. If you're talking about conversion therapy, it's not basically. It is psychological and even physical state-sanctioned torture, which is why. I do have a video too. Well, I don't think I'll show the video. You should definitely research, like look at documentaries like Pray Away. Look at there's an episode of Haunted. I've talked about that in previous videos. I can't remember the name of the guy, Jesse something, or it's on Netflix. It's called Haunted. I think it's in the second or third season. It's a gay guy who went to a conversion therapy camp, and he talks about what happened. So he proclaims that they were possessed by demons, but no, it's just the cruelty of homophobic people, of queerphobic people. There's also some things on PBS where they've interviewed queer people who have gone through conversion therapy camps, both legal and illegal ones, and talk about like the psychological, mental and physical torture that they go through. But this is why we should be allowed to not be suppressed. We should be get equal rights and be our true authentic selves. And when you end up, like if I ended up with a woman, something very similar to this would happen. Eventually it's going to come out that like it's going to make a lot of sense. So that's why you haven't had sex with me in years, yada yada yada. And having sex with men, I wouldn't be able to be there for her romantically. I wouldn't be able to be there for her psychologically and mentally, because I'm not interested in women. I'm not attracted to them. I'm not attracted to them sexually. I'm not attracted to them romantically. I'm like, I can be friends with them. I can talk to them, but I'm a gay man. And so it sounds like these are people who are in cis-het situations because society keeps pressuring us to try to be cis-het. It's a choice. And it isn't, and they end up in this, and they end up having their home broken because you can't live a lie forever. It's really bad for you, and the psychological stress and pressure of living that lie, it drives a lot of them to towards suicide or towards substance abuse, because you try to end up trying to numb yourself to what is psychological torture. It's nothing against women. It's just that is not natural for somebody who is homosexual. It's who's gay. It's not, and you can't live that life forever. It's harmful. It's painful. The result was the family that endured added stress and often disrupted or family breakup, including I'm going to reiterate. This started off as a cis-het family where one of the members was like, I'm not cis-het, I'm queer. And that broke up the family. And again, you can blame traditionalism, conservative, Judeo-Christian values and such for that kind of paradigm. So, don't do that. Generally raised by same-sex families, and only later, after the family just disruption. Did they live in households where one or more gay parents, and only rarely did two parents of the same sex in a stable long-term relationship actually, I mean, you can't expect them to just hop out of a cis-het marriage after coming out of the closet and just find their pair-bonded life partner that they're going to be with for the rest of their life so quickly. You know, you need to date for a while and find that person. You know, that can take a while, and that's one of the things that straight people have an advantage in is that they can start doing that even before they know what sex is, and, you know, do things like dating where you don't know what sex is, but, you know, like when you're in elementary school or in middle school, I remember seeing this, you know, like some of the boys would date a girl, or the girls would have a crush on a boy or something. They would date, you know, they would eat lunch together or play on the playground together, go to each other's houses. They'd hold hands, write notes to each other, you know, a bunch of cute stuff. You don't really worry about the sex thing until like middle school, high school kind of age. And so straight people kind of have an advantage in that they date. They're able to date people and see what different personalities are like and sort of get a feel for what they're looking for in a person, like in a pair bonded life partner, much sooner than queer people. As the idea to a lot of straight people, particularly conservative types, the idea that a person knows that they're queer when they're young, you know, because they keep associating it with sex. They're like, what? You knew you were gay when you were 5 years old? Yeah, I did. That doesn't mean I knew what gay sex was. It just means, looking back in my life, I understand, like, I had crushes on other boys and I didn't know what it was because society did not tell me that was a thing. Society just constantly over and over just said, you know, that this is the default norm. Boys are supposed to like girls, you know, you're going to end up marrying a girl, yada, yada, yada. And so when there were two boys in my class when I was in second grade, and if I got paired up with them in the buddy system for a field trip or something like that, or sat next to them in class, I did not know what was happening at the time, but for some reason, I started getting butterflies in my stomach, and my palms would get sweaty, and I'd feel like good, you know, like kind of elated, like, wow, I feel amazing. I did not know at the time that was a crush. I had a crush on these boys. Like I said, I was young. I did not know what sex was yet. I didn't go home and daydream or have wet dreams. That wasn't a thing yet. It's just, for some reason, around these other boys, I felt good. I had and looking back on it, I go, oh, now that I'm older and I've gone through puberty, I have much better understanding of my sexuality. I look back at that and go, oh, wow, I was always gay. Before I hit puberty, before I hit I knew what sex was. I had I was still gay, you know, I was interested in, you know, it was boys that I had feelings for. So, like, if I were to have been able to have a boyfriend instead of going through the motions and having a girlfriend because that's what society told me to do, I would have been able to understand dating without all the baggage of sex and stuff, and just, you know, like the cute mimicking adult, you know, holding hands and eating lunch together, playing on the playground together, whatever, and not have all the extra baggage that comes with, like, after puberty and knowing what sex is and stuff. It would have been beneficial because I you know, would have had a better understanding of dating from a more less serious sort of circumstantial thing. Sort of, yeah. I think so. That's really that's a big problem, is people associating being gay with purely that is being something that is purely sexual. It's not purely sexual. It is not just sexual attraction. It's romantic attraction. It's crushes. It's infatuation. It's wanting to cuddle, wanting to kiss, wanting to hold hands, wanting to spend time together, and feeling good about that. And it's not just a friend that you're talking to, it's elation. And you don't need sex for that. So no, being gay is not just about sex. That's after puberty. Yes, that comes with it, is that you start finding these people that you have a crush on, you after puberty start having sexual thoughts about, but that doesn't come until later, until you're an adult. So yeah, queer people are the same as cishet people. Like I said earlier, if you're cishet and you lose your sex drive, that doesn't mean you're not cishet anymore. You're still cishet, you just don't have a sex drive. Same thing with gay people. They lose their sex drive, they're still gay. Same thing with trans people and non-binary people. They lose their sex drive, they're still trans and non-binary. That has nothing to do with it. Stop projecting, okay? It's not all about sex. It's not. Stop it. So yeah. So they get into the cis-het relationship because that's what society says, and they come out of the closet and they continue raising their child, their biological child. The child is biologically theirs in this situation. But, they have a mom who's dating a guy, and the dad who came out of the closet is over there and is like, he's got boyfriends now. And that's common even if it was they cis-het couple and they just divorced. It's mom's gonna have boyfriends and dad's gonna have girlfriends. Maybe they'll remarry and you'll have a stepmom and you'll have a stepdad. Maybe not. That's just life. But for some reason, when they're gay, when they're queer, and they're and dad's having boyfriends or mom's having girlfriends, suddenly that's bad. Holding us to a higher standard. I'm trying to make this quick, so let's go on to this one. The link to these will be in the description, so you can go ahead and read. There's all these different studies here at Cornell University to read through, to educate yourself. I can't do all your homework for you. I'm debunking the conservative lunatics that hate gay people, that hate queer people overall. But I will show these numbers here is look, 3,500 children with same-sex parents they looked at in 2010 study. 20,000 children, of which 158 lived in a same-sex parent household, controlling for family disruptions. Those children showed no significant differences from their peers in schools and school outcomes. So this showed the 158 kids out of 20,000 children, the 158 that had same-sex parent households, had no difference in their school outcomes than the rest. Wait, what's the difference on that? I'm doing that in my head. Hold on. I need to figure that out. Minus 158. So, the 158 kids who were being raised by same-sex parents did no better and no worse in school than the 19,842 students being raised by cis-het parents. There you go. what they found. 75 studies below showing this. 75, all from different years. You have 2015, 1996, 2002, 2015, 1995, 2010, 2010, 2016, 2010, 2005, 2007, 2013. I mean, there's 75, 73, yeah, so 75 studies you can look at showing that result. Okay? Now we're moving on to this one, the UCLA School of Law Williams Institute. And this report uses multiple data sources. Okay, so it's 2.6 million LGBTQ adults are parenting children under 18. 18% of LGBTQ people are parenting minors. I mean, so 2.6 million LGBTQ adults are parenting children under age 18 in the U.S. Biological same-sex couples, 67% of them are biological. So going back to the conservative shitheads saying, oh, but they're not biological. 67% of same-sex couples who are raising children their children are biological. Different sex couples, biological is 96%. Same-sex couples adopted, 21%. Different sex couples adopted, only 3%. So LGBTQ people, queer people getting married is really, 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 really good for children who are in the foster care service who really need a family to adopt them, because queer couples tend to adopt children more often and get them out of that system and get them into a safe, loving, nurturing environment. Same-sex couples with step-parents, 17%. Different sex couples with step-parents, 7%. Same-sex couples foster care, 4%, and different sex couples foster care, 0.4%. Other, I don't know what other means. Same-sex couple, 3%, and then different sex is 4%. So this pulls data from all of the studies, because the Cornell University and the SDSU, San Diego State University, it looks at 38, are not the only studies. There's tons of them. Tons and tons. And it's not just in the United States, it's worldwide. So this is a really interesting one, because you can look at the data pulled from 2.6 million LGBTQ adults that are found in studies that are parents, queer parents. And you can just look at that, the results of that data right here in one spot, rather than having to go and read thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of studies. This is the one that really kind of kicks the shit out of the conservative Judeo-Christian traditionalists, Matt Walsh, fuckheads that are queerphobic and think queer people shouldn't be parents. This just knocks it into the dirt, knocks it out of the ballpark. This should be period, end of story, shut up about it, stop talking about it, you're wrong, pack up, cut your losses, go home, you're just being queerphobic, you're just being a bigot, you're just being an asshole, just shut up. Because groundbreaking 38, this just came out in 2024, so only 2 years ago, groundbreaking 38-year study offers rare perspective on children of lesbian parents. Esther Rothblum, Immersia Professor of Women's Studies, is a collaborator on the largest and longest running study on planned lesbian parent families in the United States. This is just by the United States. This doesn't even count, internationally. And just to sum up, guess what? They found that there is no relevant difference in children, whether they're raised by queer parents or cis het parents, whether they're biological or adopted. The things that change a child's outcome are, like I've said a million times in this video essay so far, it's finances, it's stability, mental stability, emotional stability, physical stability, it's relationship stability between the two respecting people in the relationship. Does the child have access to good food, good education, good health care, psychiatric care? Does the child have a sense of being loved, a sense of belonging, and stuff like that? It has nothing to do with anything else. And so we have a little bit of the study began in 1986 when the 75 moms were pregnant or inseminating families were given follow-up surveys when the offsprings were ages 2, 5, 10, 17, 25, and now early 30s. In later years, surveys were also administered directly to the children beginning at age 10. This completely just debunks Katy, Faust, and what they were saying. That they don't look at this, and they are looking at a lot. And yeah, so if you want to read about this, link in the description. And so then we have the NIH National Library of Medicine PubMed government website. Growing up with gay parents, what is the big deal? And they tend to agree that with all these others, every large body of social science research going back decades has documented the vital and unique role of mothers and fathers in childhood development. These studies have also demonstrated the negative psychological, educational, social effects of children who have been deprived of growing. Okay. A 2013 Canadian study which analyzed data from a very large population-based sample revealed that children of gay and lesbian couples are only about 65% as likely to have graduated from high school as are the children of married opposite sex. That's a really high percentage. So unfortunately, they're taking data and statistics from. See, this is from the American Psychological Association. This is a good one. Not a single study has found children of lesbian and gay parents to be disadvantaged in any significant respect relative to children of heterosexual parents. Because we have to remember, RFK Jr., he deleted a bunch of things from the NIH PubMed.gov library, literally Control F and then tried to, transgender delete, DEI delete. So unfortunately here in America we are no longer considered a source of medically academically accurate resources anymore, world over, and no country does this anymore because of RFK Jr. and what he's done with that. So this is there is some studies in here that are reliable, and there are studies that come from people shitheads like Katy, Faust, because they have to twist the narrative. They have to they don't care what facts are. They have to lie about reality because the actual reality is not what they want it to be. That's really annoying. They're not interested in truth. They're interested in this idea they have of truth that isn't actually real, which is really annoying. Yeah. So, fun times we live in, right? Yay. So that completes this section. What section were we on? What part? Part 3. We're gonna move on to part 4 now, which is going to be a series of. Well, I'm not gonna play all the videos. Okay, this is getting long enough as it is. It's too long. I'll have some video clips. I'll have some videos. But we're gonna look at kids who were raised by queer parents, and there's sort of 3 categories. Predominantly, out of the 3, they fall into most of them fall into these first 2 categories, which are relatively the same, and that is they love their queer parents. It's not an issue. Them having queer parents has not negatively impacted their lives whatsoever. A lot of them come to defend the rights of their queer parents. One of the categories is that they have received negative things because they were raised by queer parents, but not from their queer parents, from queerphobic, bigoted, hateful people who have picked on them as children because of their parents. I don't know why you would do that, but so that gives them this view of those kids are never going to become conservatives. They're never going to vote Republican. They're never going to be traditionalists. They're never going to go with Judeo-Christian values, because those are the types of people that would pick on them and say slurs and things to them because their parents were queer. And so they have learned, wow, there's a lot of bigoted, hateful people. Like, it's really no different than racism. Most likely from their perspective. Like, these people are just hateful bigots. And then the third category is an interesting one. It's these kids who were raised by queer parents. They still love and respect their queer parents, and when they find religion, because the 3 Abrahamic religions tend to be cults, I think all religion is horse shit. I wish religion would disappear. If religion disappeared, a lot of our issues in society would disappear as well. A lot of wars would stop happening. But these kids, they find God. And as we know in Judeo-Christian values, being gay is a no-no. And even though the Bible says absolutely nothing about trans people, being trans is a no-no. So they have to compartmentalize. And they all say the same damn thing. I said this in the video before. We're going to get into that. We'll look at these kids. All right. This concludes part 3. We're going to move on to part 4. The videos of from kids raised by queer parents. Part 4. Videos from kids raised by queer parents. They're fine, and they love their parents. Seriously. Alright, so we're gonna try to get this in order. Like I said, this is already a really long video, so we're gonna try to keep it quick for you guys. But there's a video that I really want to play the full thing of, because it's from a news organization in the UK, and I think it's really sweet. It's really cute. So the first one we're going to look at here is by KPIX CBS News in the Bay Area. A Bay Area queer mom, hetero son, reflect on lesbian household upbringing. So first we're gonna cover the more the first two categories that I talked about of kids. So these are going to be the kids that just have nothing but positive things to say about their queer parents. Some are biological, some are adopted. But like this one, the video I'm about to play, this is biological. It's her biological sons. So we're gonna head into that now.
Well, it's the end of June. That means Pride Month is also coming to an end. As we wrap up our celebrations tonight, we want to introduce you to a mom and son creating a family outside the traditional expectations of masculinity. Kenny Choi shares their story of hope and pride.
Getting together for a game of pickleball or any other sport, Robin Lowy and her son Sam reconnect. Back to the days when she and her partner, as queer moms, as she would say, raised two boys in Fairfax.
For me, it was just a joy to bring this difference to the community and be totally out.
It was an adjustment for their young family after moving out of San Francisco and into the suburbs, finding a new but often curious community.
The kids would ask, what do you mean you have two moms? That can't be true. That isn't possible.
She taught the boys to surf and coached Little League Baseball.
She wasn't like all the other moms. She wasn't afraid to get out there and get after it, maybe tell the dads that her way was just as good as theirs.
It's that idea of equality and progress towards a more inclusive society Robin is yearning for, just as she did raising her children decades ago. But she's now concerned LGBTQ rights and others are being stripped away.
All these rights are being threatened right now, and it's very important for us to stand up for those things and talk about why our families are particularly gifted and just take a stand.
Growing up in a family outside the traditional expectations of masculinity is where Sam finds his inner strength.
Being raised by queer moms was kind of my superpower in life, in that I'm able to move through the world with a unique perspective as a straight white male in a male-dominated world.
Robin says real change occurs when allies push against societal norms.
It's really important to bring the message that toxic masculinity is not okay and that healthy masculinity is possible.
She sees her boys as examples of men who can be sensitive and feminist to foster a more inclusive world.
Well, Robin and Sam recently contributed to a new anthology called Boyhood Reimagined: Stories of Queer Moms Raising Sons. It weaves together interviews and personal essays from mothers seeking to provide a blueprint for progressive parenting.
All right, and so the next one that we have is this is another video by KUTV 2 News, Salt Lake City. Man raised by same-sex parents shares details of his upbringing. And he talks about how, people bullied him for having queer parents, but he has nothing but great things to say about his queer parents and loves them tremendously and is doing really, really well. Like he's got a lot of accomplishments in his life. He's engaged. He's got kids of his own on the way. So his queer parents are going to be grandparents, and that's really wonderful and beautiful. And I'm happy for them. So let's get into that video now.
While Utah awaits a ruling on same-sex marriage, children have become a focal point of the big debate.
The state has argued that children raised by same-sex parents are at a disadvantage. Chris Miller joins us now live. And Chris, you spoke with a man who was raised by two mothers.
Yeah, that's right. We spoke with Griffin tonight. He's 26 years old. He's a police officer here in the Salt Lake Valley. He's an Army commander, and he's a pilot. And he would like state officials to hear the story of his upbringing.
I it wasn't limited in the opportunities I had.
Griffin Ferrance was born on April 27, 1987. He's the product of in vitro fertilization. Never met his biological father, who was an anonymous semen donor. His biological mom raised him, along with her female partner.
I think my upbringing was, in my opinion anyway, fairly normal.
Griffin's two mothers were one of the first same-sex couples in Arizona to have joint legal custody of a child.
Early on I was, aware of the differences I had between everyone else because we made it obvious.
Griffin is now a Sandy City police officer and an officer in the Army Reserves, as well as an occasional pilot. He's happily married to Angelica, and they'll celebrate their one-year anniversary next month.
He is a product of his mother's, and if he's a man that he is because of his mother's, then I am thankful for that.
During his upbringing, Griffin says he was teased about his parents and admits that it caused him to ponder his upbringing. But he says his experience was no different than his peers that dealt with similar coming-of-age uncertainties.
In some ways it probably made me a little bit stronger in that I had seen diversity. I had seen diversity firsthand. I have an interracial lesbian family. And so I think it made me stronger and a lot more open to other people.
While the Supreme Court and Utahns grapple with the concept of same-sex couples raising children, Griffin has a message to pass along.
I grew up in a very loving, stable family, and I don't see how a man and a woman would change that.
Well, there's all kinds of studies out there about same-sex parents and the impacts that they may or may not have on children, whether there's disadvantages or no impact whatsoever. Those are just some of the things that the U.S. Supreme Court will be looking into as they consider same-sex marriage law in our state. Clearly, it worked out well for Griffin. Mark, Shauna, back to you.
All right, Chris, thanks.
All right. So after that video, we're going to do... This is just going to be a screenshot. This is by the links to the actual videos. Like, I will have the links to this video, even though this is just a screenshot. I'll give you a rough, a short thing of it. So this is a Utah boy, who he went red, like he got mad when a teacher bullied him for having two dads. He loves his dads. He says he feels safe and everything. He's glad that they adopted him, that this is an adoption case, but he's really glad that they adopted him. They're great parents. He loves them. He's really, really mad at a teacher. There's a teacher that literally bullied him and used homophobic slurs, because he's got two dads, because he's being raised by two men. It's really sad, and I can't believe that a grown adult that works with children would take out her bigotry, her homophobia, her queerphobia on a child. But that's what this still shot image is of. Here we go. So this is the screenshot from Becoming Ben Smith. Again, I'll have the actual link to the video in the description. Talks about growing up with gay parents, his experience. This is a really healthy, positive review, and where the guy who was raised by two fathers shows home videos and pictures of, a really healthy, happy family. And this one I'm going to show the video of, because it's really short. It's the guy who sits on a subway and interviews people, but he interviewed this guy Kareem, where he says gay people make better parents than straight people. So let's just go ahead and look at that video clip now.
So what's your take? Gay people make better parents than straight people. Wow. Yeah. And be careful, motherfucker.
100% disagree.
Oh,
only because
God.
I have straight parents.
I know, you have to.
I love my parents.
First of all, gay people never have kids by accident. They do that on purpose.
True.
They can't be having babies willy-nilly. Like,
That's
there's a process.
True.
You think about it, you do it. Also, I'm a little bit biased. I have 3 lesbian moms, 2 gay dads, so I come from a very big gay family.
Wait, 3 lesbian moms,
Two gay dads. Should I break it down?
Yes, please.
I had two moms. They wanted to have a baby. They asked their best friend, my dad, who has a husband, to be the sperm donors. My moms broke up, met other women. I was raised by 6. Now there's only 5. I also have gay brothers and sisters, gay aunts. I'm bi, so I'm the black sheep of the family.
Because you're bi?
Yeah.
Why didn't you go full gay?
Live a lie.
don't live a lie, but...
Also, like, queer families have an entire queer community around them. So when they're raising a baby, it is a village.
Oh, yes.
Like, I grew up with so many amazing people and role models, not just my parents raising me. Also, you're raised without, like, all these gendered norms on you. Like, my mom, very masculine woman.
Does she have a Subaru?
Yeah, too.
Does she wear Patagonia?
Yeah, they're classic lesbians.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I like that a lot.
Yeah, I think having a gay mom is the best thing you can do for a child.
I'm gonna get a gay mom.
Also, like, I work with kids. Like, that's my whole life. And the kids with gay parents are kind of dope as hell.
They're swaggy.
They are swaggy as hell. Yeah. And Kareem, you could raise your child like a lesbian mom.
What do I have to do?
I feel like you have to like get upset about legumes.
Like beans.
Beans. You have to be more passive aggressive.
About beans?
About beans. And you have to have really strong opinions about men.
How do I become the masculine lesbian mother?
I think you're like basically there style-wise.
So I look like Ellen.
No, Ellen's gone. You're like a Renee Rapp.
I'll take it. I don't know who that is, but I like it. I like it. Hi, moms.
Hi, moms.
Hi, moms and dads.
Shout out Nicole, Sophia, Lauren, Michael. Nicole, Sophia, Lauren, Michael. Who am I forgetting? Nicole, Sophia, Lauren, Michael, Lauren. I have 2 parents named Lauren.
That's so sick.
All right, so now we're going to move on to the other category of which is, this is a category of people who were raised by queer parents who found Jesus. And before I show a video clip, here's a screenshot of Caleb. Oh no, before we get in, there's also, I forgot about this one. Still, like, this girl, Ella, she has gay parents, and she has really positive reviews. She's 20 years old, and she talks about what it's like being raised by 2 moms. So we'll have that. Okay. Now we're going to move on to Caleb. So Caleb, this was reported by The Beat with Alan Parr, says that he was raised by 3 gay parents and now he's a preacher. Caleb Coltonbach testimony is a negative review that is just a pattern that I see with these people who are raised by queer parents who find religion is pretty much always identical, but actually identical as the story from Ross Johnson, which I will show a clip of Ross Johnson, where both have done the exact same thing and say the exact same thing. They were raised by a queer couple, a gay couple. They find God. Then they take the stance that because they disagree with their parents' lifestyle, that doesn't mean that they hate them. This seems to be a reoccurring theme with those who have a negative view of their same-sex parents after they found religion. Always, they same thing over and over again. Like, they have this negative view of their queer parents after they find religion. It seems to bolster the case that religion is brainwashing, and due to the Bible's clear anti-gay message, this leaves people who were raised by same-sex couples in a predicament of religiously needing to disavow their parents, but unfortunately for the religious, they can't escape their love and respect for their parents. This produces some nifty mental gymnastics, cognitive dissonance, and compartmentalization, where they fail to see that advocating against their parents' rights does actual harm to their parents. They are trying to rationalize disagreement with their lifestyle as not being that of hate. While it is not directly hate, the causality of such a position causes a sort of stochastic violence upon their parents, which may not be intended and may end up finding they usually end up finding a more progressive church or leaving Christianity altogether. When they see how using religion to rationalize anti-gay legislation leads to harm, leads to rationalizing hate. We see similar issue in where kids grow up to be neo-Nazis. The parent still loves their kid and wishes they would walk away from an ideology that says they are supposed to inherently hate their parents, for example, like biracial couples, for example, or Jewish family members. Meanwhile, the kid is trying to balance their love for their family with the harmful ideology they have adopted. And the other example of this is LaCree. He was raised by 2 lesbian moms. This is from a podcast called Ross Johnson Talks, Pride, LGBTQ+, and Finding Jesus. And again, he does the same thing as you'll see in this video clip of Caleb, where he says, just because I don't agree with your lifestyle doesn't mean that I hate you, and still continues to have, a really good relationship with his lesbian moms. So let's go ahead and play that clip now.
You're not at odds with your mom. You love your mom. Y'all are in a relationship. You grew up with your mom, and you grew up in this space, so it's not foreign to you. So you're not just speaking from a vacuum. And then you've got people on the other side who say, they should all just burn in hell. Don't associate with them. Send them to hell, How do you speak to those worlds, right? Like, how do you articulate? Because we're coming up on Pride Month.
Yeah.
There's a lot of, it's louder in society, and people are saying, choose a side. And you're somebody who has actually lived in this space with somebody, still in relationship with this person, but loves the truth of God. How are you navigating all of this?
It's such a dynamic world for me because I receive thousands of comments and DMs on both sides.
Mm-hmm.
So I have one side telling me, you're homophobic, you hate your moms, you use them for clickbait. Then I got another side like, you need to speak more harshly about the, and it's like, it's this interesting tension because I'm like, wait a minute. You're both coming at me, so that means I got to be doing something right. Right? Now, here's the truth. Here's the truth. Let's start with the first side, right? We'll call this side the first side. The one who say, I'm homophobic, I use my mom for clickbait, whatever the case is. Here's what they don't know. My mom and I'm seeing her for holidays. I'm seeing her for birthdays. I'm seeing her for events, live. We're going to have dinner next week at Korean barbecue. Yes and amen. Praise God for Korean barbecue. Right? She actually supports. She financially sows into my ministry every month. Ooh. She will text me from time to time, go get them, before I'm about to preach. I'm like, Mom, you're breaking all the boxes here. You're not supposed to be doing this, right? So what's the point with that? Just because, I'm probably gonna say some things multiple times because we gotta get them from our head to our heart.
That's good.
Just because we disagree doesn't mean we can't have a relationship. Doesn't mean I hate you. Craig, our generation has been almost, this is a heavy word, but indoctrinated or even manipulated, coerced to think that if I don't agree with you, I hate everything about you. That could be the furthest thing from.
Okay, so before we get on to the really cute video that I was talking about, so here's a clip from a screenshot from a man who talks about going into conversion therapy, and I think if you don't know about how bad conversion therapy is and why it should be illegal, I think you should watch this. This is really only a small piece of the overall issue. I do recommend really looking into that. It is state-sanctioned torture. And then we have this screenshot, which is a video about gay dads talking about parenthood as being two dads, and it's from a channel called what is it? The Dad Talk, the Dad Show, or something like that. What is this? The Dad. So this is a channel that's completely dedicated to dads talking about fatherhood and everything. So as part of this channel's thing, they, for LGBTQ visibility, they decided to talk to a gay couple who are dads that are embarking into parenthood. Here's a screenshot of Kieran Richardson. This is another gay couple who is becoming a father. It's over in the UK, and in the light of gay marriage and everything, they're in their 20s and able to embark into parenthood a lot earlier than my generation. For a lot of queer people in my generation, it was very, very difficult, and it's great that these people are able to live out their dreams, live their best lives and everything, and be able to have families and everything like they want, not just marriage. So that's what that video is about. It talks about becoming a father with his husband, and I believe they do IVF. So now before, I talked about the really cute video of this one is of very young children, like being asked by a film crew to talk about their families, their hopes and dreams and stuff. All these kids are being raised by queer families. Some of them have two moms, some of them have two dads, some of them have parents who are trans and non-binary. So I really want to play this video here because it's adorable, it's cute, and they just sound like normal kids. And I was raised by straight parents, and a lot of the things that they say are things that I probably would have said when I was a kid if I was asked these questions. And none of the questions are inappropriate, like Matt Walsh showed with the country singers. Nobody's asking the kids, which one of your parents is hornier? What a stupid question. You shouldn't be asking your kids that. So we'll play that video. It's by Team Angelica Films. So we're going to play that video now.
Hello.
Hi. Testing, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, testing.
Where do you live, Sophie?
I live down Turnpike Road in Newbury. Harleston High Street. I'm in Weldrake, New York. Well, this morning, some men were just taking up some bricks. So if you see a house that has bricks up, then that's probably our house. You know where the Tesco's is? You know down Fenny Road, yes. And for one of them, just near the end. I want to be an actor, a story writer, a long-distance runner, an astronomer, and a singer. I'm going to be a teacher and a singer and a reader. Be a bus driver and a philanthropist. I really, really want to be an actor. I'm going to be an inventor and a mad scientist.
If you could change anything about the world, what would you change?
I'd change about pollution. I would make the dinosaurs come back to life. I'm going to invent. I think it's the mirror, what you can see the opposite of yourself. I would change gravity. I would change it because I think it would be fun to fly. Stop people from Killing animals. I would take away cars and make a vehicle that doesn't burn fuel. I have one mum and one dad.
I have a big sister called Anna, a little sister called Laura, who's just out there, and a brother called Raoul.
I have two mums, a little sister who is quite annoying. I have a big sister. She has a skeleton on her t-shirt. I've got two mothers. Sadly, one of them couldn't come today. She's in Germany. My sister's cheeky. My mum's lovely. And my pet is furry. I have two mums. We have a dog, 3 cats, and 3 chickens. One died.
Why have you got the t-shirt?
Because my family's not awkward. It's just fine. That's why it says get over it. That's why I bought it. My family's special because my family always does nice things for me. The best things is that if one mum's away, you always have another one to cuddle.
I know that they're always going to be there.
They always keep my safety because this is my mum's phone number.
Do you think your family is unusual?
No. A bit unusual.
Why is your family unusual?
They're embarrassing.
You're all normal.
They're all normal, unless you could fly or you had a long nose like that.
Do you think your family is unusual or
No.
nothing unusual about it?
No.
Normal?
Yeah.
Do you wish it was unusual?
Kind of.
All right, I think we covered all the basis of the videos. Hopefully I did it as quickly as possible to just sort of wrap up, because I thought the ones that found Jesus to be really strange. So I sort of had a conversation with AI about it, and this is how this sort of went. My question to AI was this: I have been looking at videos of interviews of people who are raised by same-sex couples, and just like kids who are raised by heterosexual couples, they end up defining themselves later in life. But I have noticed something specific with those who have negative views of their same-sex parents due to finding religion, which I will copy and paste what I already suspect is happening here, that I have written somewhere else already. This is a negative review that is really not even pretty much identical, but actually identical as the story from Ross Johnson, where both have done the exact same thing and say the exact same thing. They were raised by a gay couple, found God, then take the stance that because they disagree, quote unquote, with their parents' lifestyle, that doesn't mean he hates them. This seems to be a reoccurring theme with those who have a negative view of their queer parents after they found religion. It seems to bolster the case that religion is brainwashing, and due to the Bible's clear anti-gay message, this leaves people who were raised by queer couples in a predicament of religiously needing to disavow their parents, but unfortunately for the religious, they can't escape their love and respect for their parents. This produces some nifty mental gymnastics of cognitive dissonance and compartmentalization, where they fail to see that advocating against their parents' right does actual harm to their parents. They are trying to rationalize disagreement with their lifestyle as not being that of hate. While it is not directly hate, the causality of such a position causes a sort of stochastic violence upon their parents, which may not be intended, and may end up finding a more progressive church or leaving Christianity altogether when they see how using religion to rationalize anti-gay or anti-queer legislation leads to harm. This leads to rationalizing hate, We see similar issues with kids who grow up with Nazis, and I read that part to you. And this was the response that it gave me, and I thought it was interesting, so I'm including it in here even though it's AI, so take that for what it is. You are identifying the exact type of cognitive dissonance and compartmentalization that frequently arises when children of queer parents adopt strict orthodox religious views. Here is a breakdown of why this happens and why the resulting conflict is so pronounced. The predicament of conflicting moral imperatives. Individuals raised by same-sex parents in this scenario often experience a clash between their genuine love for their parents and the religious ideologies they adopt. Because religious doctrine frequently defines same-sex relationships as sinful, these individuals are forced into a complicated mental framework where they try to separate their parents' inherent identity, who they are, from their lifestyle, what they do. The disagreement versus hate dichotomy. As you noted, the talking point of I disagree with their lifestyle, but I still love them, serves as an emotional defense mechanism. It allows the individual to maintain their adherence to an anti-LGBTQ plus theology without feeling like they are actively violating the biblical command to honor their parents. Stochastic violence and systemic harm. You correctly observe the disconnect in this logic. While the child may genuinely not hold personal animosity towards their parents, their advocacy for anti-gay legislation or regressive social policies directly contributes to systemic harm against the broader LGBTQIA+ community, which includes their own parents. They fail to realize that the quote-unquote disagreement causes real-world marginalization. The path to deconstruction. Balancing these incompatible realities often causes intense mental gymnastics. Many individuals raised by same-sex couples who undergo this journey either eventually experience cognitive burnout, gravitate toward more progressive Christian denominations, or abandon the faith entirely once they recognize the real-world impact of using religion to legislate against their families. The struggle to reconcile incompatible worldviews, whether it involves conservative religion or other extremist ideologies, inevitably forces people to choose between the dogma they have adopted and the fundamental reality of their families. And I'm not shocked by that. I think a lot of this bunch that find religion, they have, especially in 2026, now that we have the Trump administration, a lot of people are seeing the real harms in real time of these really regressive policies, how they impact women, how they impact BIPOC people, how they impact the LGBTQIA+ community, and specifically if you have queer parents and you do love and care about them, and you're doing this, well, we should ban their marriage, we should ban their access to raising children and all that, you're going to see in real time that, wait a minute, I'm destroying my own family. And that's got to be really, really difficult. So, we've been seeing videos all across social media of people walking away from MAGA because of real harms that the policies and everything are doing to them. And we've seen very light issues of people struggling with financial issues, gas prices and stuff like that. But, the videos where people are talking about, like, I didn't know that this would break my family, that drives people to tears. In fact, early on in Trump's administration, when they started going after the queer community, I saw a woman speaking out where they took her children away, and it did. It brought her to tears. That was her children. That was her biological children, and they were taken from her because she was a lesbian and raising her children with another woman. So there's real harm in doing that. Real harm. Now we're going to go on to part 5, which is the conclusion. Wrap this up. Part 5. Conclusion.
Homophobia. Homophobia is a broad term for the fear, hatred, discomfort, prejudice against people who are lesbian, gay, or bisexual. It can manifest in various ways ranging from subtle interpersonal biases and rigid stereotyping to overt discrimination, harassment, and violence.
Walsher. Definition. A human being, typically male, who has an extreme prejudice against the LGBTQIA+ community. Walshers typically harbor fundamentalist religious views and may be closeted homosexuals themselves. Example, that Walsher at the PTA meeting is complaining about books again. We're going to add that to the dictionary. Well, welcome to, what is this, part 5? Part 5, the conclusion, the finale. Well, then there'll be the credits, but thank you for making it this far. Did you like the definition card? Like, that's me trolling someone else that was trolling me in the past because they didn't understand the definition of homophobia, including hate, bigotry, just general overall dislike. Yeah. Did you like the Walsh definition? I made that. A friend of mine came up with the concept, and I made it. I made that happen. Anyway, so let's wrap up here. So what do we got? So all this started with Matt Walsh. He's a mouthpiece for propaganda, spreading this data, information, from places that, and people that sound like they're from academia, that, like they sound like they're collecting data and information and studies from sociology and psychology and pediatric care and such like that. When in all reality, actually most of academia, particularly those specialties, completely reject their stuff. Because, as you've seen, Katy, Faust, and many of them outright blatantly admit they are the ones pushing an agenda. They are the ones pushing an agenda towards Judeo-Christian values, towards traditional values, towards conservatism in exchange for the truth. They do not care about the truth. They do not care about descriptive reality. They don't care about fact. They want to find anything, even if it's confirmation bias. If it's begging the question, appeal to tradition fallacy, appeal to nature fallacy, which they admitted to doing, the appeal to nature fallacy. Just because some things do or don't occur in nature doesn't make them wrong or right or correct or not. The thing that makes something correct is whether or not it can be proven to be true, whether we can build a model of it, whether it's measurable, replicable, and all that. And even if gay people did have higher rates of divorce, even if there were a large amount of bad outcomes of queer people raising kids, I don't think that's a justifiable argument. Because at the end of the day, it's like, there are bad parents out there, and we don't have the state come in and say, you can't be a parent because we think you'll be a bad parent. I mean, yeah, when it comes to abuse, especially like molestation stuff, there have been reports of fathers molesting their children, even like mothers molesting their sons. Obviously, those people should have their children taken away and restrained from them. Those are bad, toxic people who belong in prison because they're harmful. They cause harm and pain to people, but poverty, multiple sexual partners, divorce rates, struggling with mental health or something like that, this is something that you find everywhere. And I don't know, saying, well, but queer people aren't, well, a lot of the times, as you saw from the, that law place, a lot of queer people, the kids they take care of are biologically theirs. And what they're positioning could ultimately end up in the state coming in and taking kids away from their biological parents just because their biological parents happen to be queer. That's fucked up. No straight person would stand for that. Like, if they made a state policy that said, if you are a parent and you, let's say, believe in the Confederacy, you have Confederate flags and stuff. If there was a state policy that said, we're coming to take your kids because we don't, you statistically, as cishet parents, even though you're cishet, statistically, people who are into that sort of worldview and ideology have poor outcomes for their children. And we created a state federal law that had the state come in and take your children away from you because you supported far-right conservative things like the Confederacy. None of you would stand for that. So I don't, even though the things that they claim about queer parents, even if they were true, which they're not, but even if they were, they're not good reasons to take someone's kids away from them. They are not good reasons to say you should not be a parent. Because it's not about that at the end of the day. Let's stop pretending what this and ignoring what this is. Matt Walsh, Katy Faust, Peter Riggs, all those people. They're not in academia. They're academically wrong, but at the end of the day, what it is, they just don't like queer people. They don't think we should have rights. They don't think we should be equal. They don't think we should be able to have kids. They don't think we should be able to get married. They don't think we should be able to live our lives openly. They don't think we should have representation in media. They don't think that we should teach kids that queer people exist. And when I say teaching kids queer people exist, that's not asking kids which one of your gay dads is hornier. That's not what that means. It means telling kids sometimes guys like other guys. That's called being gay. Sometimes girls, women, like other girls or women. That's called being lesbian. Sometimes people like both. They like guys and girls. That's called being bi. Sometimes a guy feels like a woman, or a woman feels like a guy. That's called being trans. And sometimes you look at someone and you can't tell if they're really a man or a woman because they have so many different things or aspects of both that it's hard to tell, and that's non-binary. That's what that means. Telling them that we exist. and understanding that you get the sex aspect, that comes later in life. A lot of the times they'll figure that shit out on their own after they hit puberty and they get normal sex education in high school about cis-het sexuality, sex education. But if they're able to get cis-het sex education in high school, I don't know why you think that they don't know anything about queer sex. They probably do. Especially in the days of the internet. And blocking porn, that's not gonna keep them from that information. They're gonna hear about it from friends and stuff. Like, kids know more, like teenagers know more than you think. So I don't think these are good reasons that have been presented. The reason that not biological, for some reason, just a blanket assertion of like queer parents aren't good parents. Poor outcomes academically. They have more sex partners. Like, who cares if they have more sex partners when they reach of age? Like, why is that a bad thing? You know what else exists? Boys and girls, men and women, who've been raised by cis-het people. No divorces or anything, biologically theirs. And have a lot of sex partners when they grow up and become of age. That's a thing too. Like I said, this is just, it sounds like they're holding queer people to a higher standard, where the only way they wouldn't have an argument if there was no divorce rates ever. If no child who was ever raised by queer people ever struggled academically, ever struggled with mental health issues, we would have to, every queer person, all the kids that were raised by queer people, they would also have to never have any medical issues. And basically have a perfect utopian outcome for all the children raised by queer people. That's the only way that you would be able to take away their arguments, because these things are not indicative of queer people, of queer parents. They happen with cis-het parents too. Poor cis-het people have kids too. Do we want the government to come in and say, hey, if you make under a certain amount of money, you can't have kids? Do you want that? Because that won't apply to queer people specifically. That will predominantly impact, believe it or not, a lot of cis-het people. And see, if they made a policy like that, where they started going into cis-het people's homes who live under, let's say $35,000 a year or less, and telling them they can't have kids, you wouldn't stand for that either. Just the same with the Confederate flag scenario. You wouldn't stand for that. But this isn't about the outcome of kids, because when kids are raised by queer parents that are well-adjusted and everything, and they turn out fine, you don't have an argument. That's not what this is about. They just don't like queer people. The thing is, too, when it comes to being queer, being gay, bi, lesbian, trans, non-binary, you cannot give an argument that suggests that is immoral or unethical without appealing to nature or the Bible. And if you can't give a moral or ethical argument against being queer without appealing to nature or the Bible, you don't have a moral or ethical argument. We can make moral and ethical arguments as to why murder is wrong, why rape is wrong, why child molestation is wrong, why abuse and assault is wrong, why theft is wrong, without appealing to nature or the Bible. We can do that. you cannot give a solid answer as to why being queer is wrong. You can't. So this all started with Matt Walsh and him saying a lot of very, very hateful, fucked up, like horrifyingly gross, disgusting things about queer people. Particularly, predominantly in the videos that I saw, which, like I said, the videos that I showcased in this video essay, I watched many, many, many more videos. If you dare say that they should be in this video, right, I got you. You want 15-hour-long video essays. Don't test me. You do not want a 15-hour-long video essay. You won't even watch a 3-hour-long one. You're not going to watch. You probably aren't even seeing this part. You probably checked out all the way back before the hour-long mark. So, no, I'm not buying that for a second. No. You don't want that. You want brevity. You want a 30-minute video. Even better yet, if it could be squished into 5 minutes, you would love that. No. So this started off with him, and then wondering, where the hell does he get this information from? It turns out, every time I look into this, what it has to do with racism, misogyny, or queerphobia, it's always backed by some network of just incredibly tolerant people. Like when I did research on Citizen Go and unraveled this giant network of Christo-fascists from hell. Like, it was like the Westboro Southern Baptist Church on steroids. It was disgusting. I don't know what it's like for you people to constantly live in so much hate. To look at someone else who's minding their own business, and just because you don't like a particular thing, a particular food item or something that they like, a way that they dress, you know, you don't like the person they date, and hating them for it. Like, let's even look at it from a cis-het perspective on the dating thing. You look at someone and go, oh, that person is attractive and they're dating this person that I find gross and disgusting and unattractive, and I don't think they should be with him, and then you're angry about it. That's really, it's none of your fucking business. It's none of your business. They can be with that person if that's what makes them happy, and they can even have kids with them. It's not your business. And so then, you know, it goes down to, well, what do the kids say? Because there are kids, there are adults now who have been raised by queer parents. What do they say about it? They've got an inside look. Most of them are cis-het. They're straight. They're getting married and they're having kids of their own. Their parents are queer. They're gays, they're lesbians, they're trans people, they're non-binary people. Intersex. What do the kids say? Well, they say it's fine. So here's the last of my, Alright, so here's the last piece of my script is, Matt Walsh is definitely someone who is more than just homophobic. His hate in the misinformation, pseudoscience, pseudo-intellectualism, falsehood, outdated science, false data, and statistics cover the entirety of the LGBTQIA+ umbrella. Make no mistake, he is clearly beyond homophobic and is just overall queerphobic in general. I am focusing this video specifically on his homophobia, and mostly that which is geared towards gay men specifically. The reason why? For one, making a video covering the extent of all his queerphobic content, opinions, and propaganda he makes for all queer people would be a very long video, and maybe I can make something of a series in where each video talks about the various queerphobic propaganda he makes for gay men lesbians, bisexual people, non-binary people, and trans people, as well as those who are intersex and asexual. Secondly, the big reason I am specifically covering his homophobia is because I am a gay man, and thus know more about queer issues that affect specifically gay men. It's not that I don't know anything about the struggle for civil rights of other groups or for other groups under the queer umbrella. It is just that as a gay man, I know more about civil rights and general rights and bigotry surrounding gay men as a gay man. Also, there are a lot of other queer YouTube content creators that do and have tackled the queer phobia directed at their specific group under the LGBTQIA+ umbrella, such as trans creators, non-binary creators, intersex creators, and bisexual creators. These people have a voice, and instead of getting information from people who are not any of those things, well, it just makes more sense to direct people to those creators so their voice can be heard and their platform supported. A trans person is going to know more about how Matt's transphobia impacts their community, all the various pieces of misinformation and the lies he spreads about trans people. And I think it is better to give those trans creators the views for the for the research and the content they created debunking and explaining the how and why Matt is transphobic. While yes, I as a gay man can deliver that information, but that view would be going towards a gay man instead of a trans person. The very people that rhetoric impacts directly. No one is going to know more about the experience of being trans than someone who is. Likewise, I am going to know more about the experience of being a gay man than someone who is not. I can't make any promises of covering Matt's queerphobia beyond that of gay men. Remember, I am disabled, and getting videos out is physically very difficult for me. And if I was able to make videos at least once a week, I might be able to make that promise. But because I am lucky to get a video out only once a month, and I have tried to make promises on content in the past, that has fallen through. I find it wise not to make promises I am not certain I can keep. But hopefully, those content creators like Dead Domain, Jesse Genders, Abigail Thorne, Kaylin Conrad, maybe they can, or even Mildred from Thought Slime, they might find this video. And in which case they will learn where the data, people like Matt Walsh, not just Matt Walsh, but people like him, where they're getting it from. And they will be delivered information from a gay man that where they're getting that data from is not peer-reviewed academic research. It's pseudoscience, pseudo-intellectualism. Pulling data from old studies that are no longer relevant. Pushing an agenda. As we saw, they're open about that. They openly say they have an agenda against queer people. And cherry picking, appeal to nature fallacies, appeal to tradition fallacies, and yeah. someone in the comments on the previous video said that I'm just mad at Matt's facts. And the thing is no, Matt doesn't have facts. What he's presenting as facts is actually falsehoods, lies, bias, cherry picking, ignoring facts and data, and trying to look for only things that support the narrative that he wants. Because ultimately, at the end of the day, like I said, it's not about these things. It's not. It just almost makes no sense to just be like, oh, kids of queer parents, they do worse at school. They have bad outcomes. Okay, where's the why? Why does that happen? What is it about being queer that makes this happen? How does that work? Where's the explanation? There is none. So, happy Pride Month, everyone. I was really glad that I was able to get this video out for Pride Month. I thought it was a great video to do for Pride Month. What else is there? There's something else. I worked really, really hard on this. I've been recording for days. And I will tell you, I have been pushing through it despite starting as early as 6 in the morning, all the way till 3 at night. And despite feeling like I have taken a tumble down a flight of stairs and immense pain pushing through it to get this done and get the video out. So, alright, so let's end on this. The Walsher. Definition. A human being, typically male, who has an extreme prejudice against LGBTQIA plus people, or community. Walshers typically harbor fundamentalist religious views and may be closeted homosexuals themselves. Example. That Walsher at the PTA meeting complaining about books again. So, again, happy Pride. Like, share, subscribe, comment. All of the links, the videos, even video like screenshots and stuff, videos I didn't show, all of that will be in the description. I will try to fit as much in the description as I possibly can, predominantly of links. There's other things that I could put in there. I don't know if I will have room. The works cited paper on this video essay is like over 20 pages long. Okay. That's not going to fit in the description. So that doesn't even count the script. Okay. So yeah. So, yeah, guess what? Data and stuff, the supposed data that Matt Walsh and people like him, like Nick Fuentes, others. No, that's not data. It's not backed up academically. It's just a vast network of queerphobic people. And yes, queerphobic, homophobic. Phobia doesn't just mean fear. It can mean that, but it also just means hate, bias, prejudice, too. So, like, share, subscribe, comment, hit the bell button. Hopefully you are a progressive leftist person who advocates and supports equality for women, BIPOC, and LGBTQIA plus people. If you are conservative, hopefully you're here in good faith to ask questions and not just say stupid stuff in the comments, because I think I'm to the point where I'm just going to start removing those because I'm tired of it. It's not in good faith. So, and with that, did I hit everything? At Walsh, people like him, talking at propaganda, the fake research institutions that pretend to be academia that produce bullshit data points that are not backed by academia to justify and rationalize their hate and bigotry. The kids who are raised by queer people, they turn out fine. They're fine. They don't have an issue with them. They love their parents. Everything. Even the ones who find Jesus, they love their parents. They usually end up leaving Jesus or going to a version of Jesus that's more progressive. And we went over the data that shoot the real data, so that the other extreme is queer people are better parents than it says head. The real data says there's no difference. Which means the people saying that the other extreme, queer people make terrible parents, you're just trying to take our rights away. And that is why we have gay pride. At no point in history has anyone been oppressed or persecuted just for being straight, cis. That's not a thing. And the parades and stuff, do you think the state and the Democrats and stuff, do you think that that's funded by the states? No. The local queer communities fundraise and organize those themselves. You have to file paperwork and stuff with the city council, the local municipalities and everything. But you really, really honestly wanted a straight pride, if you wanted one, you could do it. What you do, you raise money, set up where you're going to have it, fill out all the proper documentations with your local municipality and set it up. Bring in vendors, and the local queer community sets that up. Generally speaking, the reason why we have a gay pride month is because queer people have endured centuries of oppression. They used to put us to fucking death. And we have fought hard. Very, very hard. To just exist. Yeah. Don't fear not, though, my fellow queer people. Yeah. It's Pride Month. Go out, be happy, be prideful. You can celebrate it in your own way. There's no right or wrong way to do it. Like, share, subscribe, comment again, bell button, all that. And out.